doing there, and how they make it all happen, and also talk with the producers who show you some of the clips of new movies that are getting out to the cinema. So obviously we've worked with some of the partners here, but also learning about the work of others. There are also super cool connections with other fields. So I've talked with some people who might be working on challenges in health and whatnot, and many of the methodology is similar, but it's a different field, outside of education that I work in. So really just bringing it all together is really interesting and been enjoyable so far.
Thank you, Thomas. So I didn't choose wrong, right? So he's been able to recap the connections, and we're seeing what everyone is doing in the field, different things and how they connect, right? Who wants to go? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think from all that we had yesterday, to me, to cap it, it was like you for I for you, and we for all. And so we should be able to, all we were doing yesterday was to see how we can stand for each other, for our communities to be better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So synergy and working together. So the all hands on deck approach, we saw it evident yesterday. So today, we're going to be focused on a different topic. Well, not different, but an interesting topic. AI, artificial intelligence. What is it? We've heard so many things about AI. Is it magic? We've heard, it's going to replace humans. By how many years we're not going to see anybody working anymore. And we've started seeing it, you just put a prompt in your Gemini, ChatGPT, and all that. And we're seeing deep fakes right now. People sending videos, and you'll be like, oh, this is real. And then when you go to social media, someone is saying, no, that's not real. That's AI. And we're like, oh, really? It really looks real. So how are we going to use AI for development? How is it going to help in entertainment? How is it going to amplify what we do? And what is AI? For some of us that are still in between the fence, so let's know, is it good or bad, or how can we navigate this? So today, we're going to open this session with a keynote. Why are we here? And allow me to welcome Renos Vakis, Head Mind Behavior and Development Unit at the World Bank. And Renos brings behavioral science to the forefront of policy design, shaping how governments address pressing development challenges. He drives initiatives on knowledge, diffusion, impact analytics, and AI integration through the Institute of Economic Development, advancing the scale of behavioral solutions worldwide. Renos actively promotes the adoption of behavioral science through global advisory work, teaching and speaking engagements. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of California, Berkeley. Welcome, Renos. Can we give him a round of applause? Can we activate his mic?
Good morning. Okay, can you, this works? Okay, let's do the presentation magic. How is everybody today? How many coffees did you have? Can we put the presentation? All right. So, as transitioning from yesterday to today, moving towards how can technology help, I thought it would be useful to also explain, we talked a lot about behavior science, and many of you in the room, especially from the entertainment industry, you have your way of thinking, but I thought it would be useful to walk you through what does it mean to think behaviorally when you are in public policy space. So I'm just going to walk you through very quickly how do we interpret behavior science, and actually how do we use it. Hopefully that would be a nice segue as kind of a understanding each other in terms of how we think of problems and how we try to solve them. But also, I think it's going to make a nice connection with the rest of the day, which you're going to see a lot of applications of AI. And as you see from this amazing picture, can you fix the screen? Let's see. When I see stuff, I can turn the TV here. You see there. Okay. So let me go through 3 examples. So imagine you're trying to solve this, come up with an answer in your head. Okay. Now, imagine you're trying to solve this, come up with an answer. So what's the point? If you actually do this in an experimental space, it's exactly the same problem, but if people see small numbers first, their kind of quick reaction as to what the answer is, it's going to be a mode of around 500. If you see the big number, if you see 8 first, most people I put the picture of those eyes at the very bottom. And at the end of the week, I see how much 2 people on average contributed. And in that week, I find out that they contributed around 70 cents. Now, the second week, I replace that picture with the second picture, which is flowers. And at the end of that week, 20 cents contribution on average. So people contributed less that week. The third week, I put a picture of another set of eyes. Contribution goes up. And you kind of get the picture. Every time the refrigerator has eyes, people on average contribute less. And this is kind of a cute example of how we make decisions socially without us even realizing it, but we're influenced by what others think, what others expect us to do. And because of that, we're going to be influenced in how we process and navigate through our decisions. So this is an example of how, social interactions and social norms can affect us to make decisions. The third example is this one. So can you raise your hand if you think the bottom trapezoid is lighter than the top trapezoid? So who thinks this is lighter than that? Can you raise your hands just to make sure I'm not dreaming? So one person, and then the rest, what do you think? Which one is darker? The top. Okay. So I'm not going to do magic. All I'm going to do, I'm going to just cover this connecting kind of line. and tell me what you see now. It's exactly the same color. So what do you think is happening here? So basically, this is an example of your collective experiences in life. You know that when you see, you're taking cues from this picture. Around this image, there is light, there is kind of potentially light coming from that way, there's a shade here. So your eyes will tell your brain that from your experience, this means that the light is coming from a specific way, there's less light in such a way that the bottom image should be should be, you have to interpret it that it has to be lighter. And only when you kind of, only when you eliminate this information in the middle, which cues your brain to think that these colors have to be interpreted differently, only then you actually manage to kind of see reality. So this is an example, I use that as to say this is an example of how our beliefs work, how our mental models work. Basically, every single person in the room sees me and a different experience, because you're going to interpret things that I say, things that you see, based on your history, based on your beliefs, your values, your understanding, your technical experience, which also means that if we then come back to reality, can you take my picture out? Do you mind? I know I look very handsome, but it's also... so ultimately, in policy, it's about decisions. And yes, as an economist, we need to think about prices, regulations, incentives, etc. But we also need to think of the automatic thinking that we have, the fact that we're going to make decisions in a social way in addition to everything else, and that we also going to make decisions using our belief systems and our mental models. So this is basically what behavior science is trying to do. And the way we kind of do it in the team is, we do three things basically. So we have lots of patients. So we have a big couch, and we spend a lot of time with teams. So we work with our colleagues. I like to joke, I have 15,000 colleagues that we try to bring some of these ideas into their projects. We also work directly with, with government colleagues and teams around the world. So on a given day, our team is in about 50, 60 countries trying to diagnose first a problem. So the first question we will ask is, what are you trying to solve? But specifically, whose behavior we're trying to help, improve, influence, change. So that's kind of ironically, that's probably one of the most difficult things to do in policy, because many times we don't really realize what the problem we're trying to solve is. Not nutrition we're solving. We're trying to solve people-specific behaviors. It's kids, it's parents, it's the frontline worker. So we need to understand exactly whose behavior it is, because then we can do the second step, which is to start understanding their context that they're navigating that decision, and then try to kind of step back and try to understand what are the bottlenecks that this person or this group has towards making that decision. And we're going to do things that look, a little bit like a map, because literally it's a behavior map of decisions. So we can break down the steps going from I'm going to vaccinate, I'm going to chlorinate my water, to 15 other steps, which means knowing how to chlorinate, knowing where to find tablets, having a value and a belief about it, thinking how others may influence my decision, if I have any other friction points, etc. And if you understand that, you put numbers on it, then you can actually start solving very, very concrete problems. And then, because we're nerds, we're going to do lots of experimenting, we're going to test, we're going to do randomized trials, so we can compare with counterfactuals, that if we're doing A, we can compare with how that does, how that improves relative to the status quo. But we may also want to test A and B, so have two different ways of doing it to see is one of these ways better than others. So this is basically what we do, and more in the rest of the day, we're going to expose you to some of these new tools that we have that basically do three high-level things. One, the tools in technology and AI that allow, think of it as data collection points. So basically use AI to extract information and create data that before we didn't. And that then allows us to do even more tailored and more real-time diagnostics. You'll see some examples later, so I won't mention them. The second is curating information, masses and masses of, bits of information. How do we synthesize things faster? And the third thing is frontline applications, like how do we create, I'll talk a little bit later about Lumina, which is a new tool we're building on helping people, youth especially, to navigate not only their own understanding of what they want to do in terms of the job market, but also connect them potentially to jobs in the labor market. And since yesterday we talked a lot about partnerships, this is all done with many, many partners, and many of you are in the room. So we do many things in behavioral science, and we work basically on every single topic in policy. So, okay. So let me tell you 3 stories, and I don't know why it's not showing, but anyway. So I'll give you 3, 4 quick examples of, and I'm going to focus less on the results and more about helping you see the process of how we talk about it. So COVID happened. All of a sudden, there was not a vaccine. I remember when we started working on the vaccine was about 9 months before the vaccine existed, and I remember me trying to convince my bosses that, yes, the vaccine doesn't exist, but when it happens, yes, we're going to worry about distribution, but yes, we will also suffer about adherence and people actually getting vaccinated. So since, we're the behavioral people, why don't we start thinking of it early? So we started thinking, well, how do we learn and how do we do diagnostics? So we struck a couple of nice partnerships with Meta that allows us to scale very quickly a diagnostic tool. We created a platform where we could collect very quick data. We were able to reach more than 200,000 people. Again, some hints of this example later. But that allows us to understand people's beliefs, people's attitudes towards vaccination in different countries. So we work with ministries of health in 24 countries, and that allows us to understand that there was not the one person that was trying to vaccinate. There were actually many different types of people, and each of them had a different issue relative to their kind of their attitudes towards vaccination. Some just wanted to learn more about vaccination. Others were very misinformed about what vaccines do or don't, or the risk of actually getting COVID. Some just didn't like the government, and nothing that the government would tell them would change their minds about anything, including vaccination. And some, have ideological, issues against vaccine resistance. So all these allowed us to then start thinking of these ministries with their communications approach. And the point here is that this is kind of this is an edutainment approach that has one line, right? It's not a big story. It's a message that you can actually send through different communication channels. And we were able to, over the whole system of 24 countries, we estimated that the messaging that happened, and there were about 78 different modalities and tests that we did, it increased the intention for adherence for vaccination by almost 30%, just by understanding through the system, across all the countries, how to address it. We also found out a lot about, and we learned a lot about misinformation. We created actually a WhatsApp game, and we also launched that in a few countries. And we found that actually, so this came from something called inoculation theory, very appropriate here. So it's like, how do I vaccinate somebody? So when misinformation comes, so it's a misinformation vaccination. So you're being exposed to something. what are the tools that I have, the skills that I have, to actually protect myself against being exposed and being influenced by it. So that game was 10-15 minutes, and it actually led to a 50% reduction in intention to actually share. Sharing anything online is probably the worst thing, even more than I would say than disinformation, because disinformation, like people who actively promote, kind of incorrect information, they're very few. There's like 5% of a system, but it's basically the contagion effect that really matters. So it's about the sharing. So it was really interesting to see that reduced by 50%. Actually, it was 65% reduction in intention to share by the more resistant, anti-resistant groups. And of course, we do this with partners, and and I think kind of, again, part of the way that we do this is not us doing it from a research point of view, but we do it in a way that we try to bring all of the skills into these, counterparts, ministries, and some of our other partners. It's so sad. I had these catchy transitions. I don't know why it doesn't show, but this I think said when one problem equals 4. And I think along the similar lines, so this is an example from, we're doing a lot of work these days supporting governments with their subsidy reforms and their, how to think about not just communications, but also, over just wider acceptance. So you may imagine subsidies are very sticky things. People feel entitled over time, so it's really hard to get them out. Governments literally fall if governments try to remove, the gas subsidy or the or any other thing. So it's always a very complex, politically, emotionally driven kind of a space. And we've been supporting kind of the thinking of that in different settings, including a few years ago here in Nigeria. And the way we approached that is we did 3 things that were useful to the process. One, we actually used some of the kind of social listening tools to understand what are the influencers' conversation, who are the influencers from different types of outlets, but also to understand who are the audiences for these different influencers, and to what extent the information that flows is correct, incorrect, and how that may be influencing people. So that allows us to not only understand kind of the intensity of information, but also the intensity of misinformation, but also to try to find a connection with kind of the rest of the general population. Then we did a similar diagnostic in different settings, so this is from Mongolia, and try to understand people's attitudes towards subsidy reform. And what we found is that, again, there's not a one, there's in this case, there's like 4 or 5 different types of attitudes, and we're able to conglomerate into kind of a persona, into different types. So there's people that really, if you think about subsidy and, it's about some industry, a lot of their issues is really issues with the government, about the quality of services, and that kind of, in a way, gets interpreted into how they think about subsidies. There's others, for example, in more poor provinces where they feel if a subsidy disappears, they're going to be losers in a way, and they have this perception of, I'm going to lose something. So you need to both think, well, how do I talk to a population like that? But also you may want to think of how do I think of distributional kind of ways of addressing this. And we use that then to work with the teams and the counterpart to think about design, not only communication and messaging, but also things like the timing of the reform, the timing of distributions, like how do you even interpret, instead of saying there's 1 billion of savings, maybe you can turn even that into some number that makes more sense for the public. But also you can think of how to bring the distributional features to the specific part of different populations. So in a way, what this allows to do with all the economistic thinking is just adds more nuance to some of the design of the intervention. I'm getting this sign like 1 minute, 30 seconds. So jobs is probably one of the most important spaces that we're working these days. And since we talked a lot about social norms yesterday, I just wanted to show what I think it's a very interesting example of how to think of social norms in policy. So what I'm showing you here is two numbers. The flat line here, it's the female labor force participation. This is it's an example from Jordan, but we've done this in many countries. It usually looks very similar. And as you can see, only 15% of women that can actually work are actually working. So very low, one of the lowest female labor force participation. And then we start thinking, well, okay, maybe there's a norms kind of aspect here. So then we did a survey, and we asked people, men and women, okay, what do you think? Is it okay for Jordanian women to work? And the first thing you think that 96% of Jordanians agree that it's okay for women to work. Basically, everybody agrees. Nobody has a problem with women working. But then you put a bit more nuance into the questions. Then you ask, well, is it okay for women to work outside the home? And all of a sudden, only 80% agree with that. Then you ask, well, what about if they're women? 72. What about women with children? 54. How about working with men? Well, only 38. How about coming home after 5? Ooh, like 26%. So beliefs are not about working, woman working. It's about the substance and the context of the question. So this is what people believe. Then we ask, what do you think others believe? And this is what they tell us. And I won't go through the numbers, but kind of the point here is that you can see there's kind of three spaces here that are interesting. This part here, it's a space where our beliefs are actually so our understanding of what the social norm, what we think everybody agrees, is actually wrong, because we all agree it's okay. All of us agree it's okay for women to work, but we think that only 63% are actually believe that, which means there is a dissonance, that actually it's incorrect. This is kind of a version of misinformation. And because of that, this space here, where we all, in a way, the norm is we all agree it's okay for women to work, and it's okay for women the majority, to work outside of the home, all of a sudden, because we don't talk to each other, I think Ana Maria mentioned that yesterday, because we don't talk to each other, we don't realize that we actually all agree. So this is the beautiful space of a behavior scientist, because the intervention is just communication, just tell people that we all agree. In the middle, it's where the norms and beliefs coincide, and I think there, the types of interventions, all of a sudden, is really not about communication more, but it's about enhancing the norm. It's about, in this case, leaving children with a relative. So how do we think of men, women, family extension, and how do we, in a way, find ways to think of strengthening, kind of from a policy point of view, those ideas? And on the very right is where beliefs are actually very conservative. And so in that space, you see that people think others are actually more, liberal with their views than you. And clearly there, you need more structural ideas. This is not about behavior anymore, and it's more about finding ways to change different kind of choices in the architecture. And again, I'm not going to go too much into it, but just to show you a very cool, this is our behavior map. So this is how they look with all the data, and we put numbers in it, so then we can actually think of policy design. But this is basically mapping 9 different ideas that we came out from this analysis. Here, you would all love it. This is all about edutainment and communication and finding ways to share kind of the message that we all agree. Here is about, for example, thinking about positive attitudes toward childcare. Some of the discussion we had about, male roles in home could play in. But here, where the more conservative beliefs, then, we can think of all sorts of things, including flexible arrangements, buses for safety. It could be, bringing kind of religious leaders to have discussions. So, and my point here, from this kind of what started as a simple diagnostic, we get a range of ideas in terms of policy, just because we kind of try to think of it from a very different way. And 20 more minutes, no. So I have one more minute. And we're gonna talk later about some of these things, but now how do we bring technology into this is, for example, we'll hear later about MapGen, which is trying to actually measure norms and feed it into the discussion I just did by looking at entertainment and script. I won't spoil the thing, but looking at basically the work that a lot of you are doing in movies and media outputs and trying to interpret that. And we're also building, I said, a tool where youth can go in and understand much more about their socio-emotional skills, how that maps into jobs, and potentially how they look for jobs. And my last kind of example is about mental models, and we do a lot of work in education space, so I thought this would be a relevant thing. And I guess my point here, this is work we do in different settings over the last few years to integrate into education curriculum in governments this idea that everybody learns, everybody can learn, and kind of this literature coming from theories of intelligence. We find a lot of marginalized populations don't believe in themselves, these kind of ideas of agency and self-efficacy. So we have designed, we in a way reinterpreted a lot of the theories that come out of Stanford and from University of Pennsylvania around motivation, basically. And the punchline is that brain is a muscle can exercise, everybody can exercise. And that actually liberates somebody's very strong views that, oh, I'm a girl, I cannot learn math, or I cannot do this and that. And just to show that we've done contextualizing in each country, some we have, cute little brains that exercise, in others we have cartoons. In Peru, actually, we had a small video with aliens, which was fantastic during COVID because it went on national TV in terms of learning. And what we found by exposing kids to anything from 1 hour of this material of that the brain can work, it actually increased learning, math tests and language tests by the equivalent of catching up with 4 months of a school year. School year is usually 9 months, so like a huge, for the nerds in the room, like 0.3, 0.4 standard deviations of test scores. So large effects for about 20 cents a person. And this is just to show you that we actually measure stuff. Last thing I'm gonna say, and I promised 30 seconds. This is not just me. There's actually, over the last 10 years, governments and public-private kind of collaborations are happening. When we started, there were probably 3 behavior science teams. As of last year, we measured there are about more than 600. Many of them will fail, but basically comes back to the same of, iterate, learn, and adapt. And all this to say that, Nigeria should be doing this and should be doing much more. This is literally my last slide. And just to say, hopefully this gives you a little bit of a sense of what behavior science brings to all the other economic and types of attitudes. And kind of the point is, it's just another tool, gets integrated and wired into policy making to bring evidence, to bring data and look at data in different ways, connected with, technology in different and exciting kind of potentials, and all this to basically try to understand how to improve, citizens' lives. So with that, I will stop. And thank you so much, and good morning.
Thank you so much, Renas, for that. We can see why he went first. So he would give us a baseline on why we're here and the benefits of behavioral science. So before we go into our next session, please, I'd request that if you're a speaker today, please come forward. Please, the reserved seats are for you, and please, let's come forward, because we're all seated at the back, so please feel free to come forward, and we'll do that in 1 minute. And we missed a presentation yesterday, so I'll be asking that Falalu Dorei would make his presentation. And Falalu Dorei is a filmmaker, producer, director in Kannywood. Can we give him a round of applause? He holds a diploma in mass communications and a professional diploma in film and television production from Maitamasule University, Kano, as well as an advanced training from the Asian Academy of Film and Television in India. He gained national recognition for his films Kwagiri, Uwar Gida, Majalisa, and Bazaja for the hit television series Gidan Badamasi. Known for his creativity, storytelling, and social insights, Falalu is among Kannywood's most respected and innovative directors. Welcome, Falalu. Can just turn it on.
Okay, good morning. Yesterday I skipped my presentation. My presentation skipped me. So I'm sorry, I'm not a public speaker. I'm an actor, director behind the camera. So before we go to my little presentation, I want to show you a movie or clip. Gidan Badamasi is a popular comedy series in northern part of Nigeria. It's a well-known, everybody watch it, including our Baba, our former president, Muhammadu Buhari, is our fan. He called us, he gave us something for the reward for doing Gidan Badamasi. So, can we see the clip? Okay. So before the clip, or can I give us a synopsis of Gidan Badamasi before we go? So Gidan Badamasi is a comedy series about 17 years old wealthy man, has married many women in life, has many children. From some of them, I'm sorry, I'm not a public speaker. Let me read it from my phone, sorry. The drama revolves around the family, the children who gangs up to take the money from their father, who is stingy, who doesn't take care of them. So this is the Gidan Badamasi. We do it 1 to 7 series. Right now, we are going to air the last series is 7 on November, maybe 17 or 20, on 20th. We start showing the Gidan Badamasi season 7. So can we in Area 24? Yeah, Jacob. We are showing in Area 24. The irony of Gidan Badamasi is something happened. Okay. Okay, can I continue? One day our industry collapsed. our marketing cinemas are closing because of Sharia in northern part of Nigeria. And then we start doing CD and DVD to send it to the market and sell it. So gradually, during 2025, 2027 to 2026, our market of CD and DVD collapsed. So we start thinking, yeah? 2006, 2006. When this collapsed, we start thinking, so where can we go? We have money, we have resources, we have talent, so we don't have market. So, fortunately, Article 24 comment, they introduced series Dadin Kowa. When we see Dadin Kowa, we can do Dadin Kowa again. So that's idea of Gidan Badamasi coming. Okay, go. Let's see the Gidan Badamasi.
Yawwa.
Kai, dakata.
Bawa ka cire audugan mana.
A jikinki take? A ɗauka!
To a ɗauka ɗin mana mu yana ruwan mu da wani hoto.
Me kace?
Ba da kai mace ba.
A ɗauka! To zan ɗauka.
Mutuwa mai ban tsoro, mai shiga tsoro-tsoro, ba ta barin ko ɗan yaro, ko tsoho na kan keke, ko galabe sai ta hauro, ka kai kabo da ba ka so makabarta.
Duk wani munafurci da ake kulla da kulle-kullen da ake a cikin gidan nan, wannan taskan ya sani munafiki.
Kai, taska. Zo nan, zo.
Kai ne kake kira na?
Zo.
Ai kai ba za ka taba kira nan zo ba. Ka san darajar gatumin ka ne da za ka kira nan zo?
Iya?
Wato ainihin taska yaya Ayuba ne fa yake kiranka. Bi ma'ana kuma shine zaka wuce ka tafi?
Wallahi malam Zaidu ban da kai ne kuma na san ka faɗi kalamai masu daɗi lokacin da mahaifinku ya rasu. Na rantsi da Allah ba zan zo ba saboda wancan mutumin.
Da dai ka zo ko? Zo din. Duk da baka, duk iya sanda yake ma mahaifinmu. Kai dai baka isa ka juya mahaifinmu ya zama tsohon ka ba ƙarya kake. Ba ni can wajen bane.
To dama kai kira ne ka ci mutunci?
Ba cin mutunci bane. Kai. Wai kai me yasa baka da hankali ne ba a gama magana ba ka tafi. Mahaukaci ne ni irin ka.
Mahaukata dai. Ana mahaukaci ɗaya ne?
Ka je cikin gida ka je tunda Allah ya sa an cire rigar dai Alhaji ko? To tawa na cikin ɗaki kullallen nan a ɗauko min ita.
Ta ba mugun hali bane. Mahaifinka bai mutu ba ka wani hausa ma kaba gaje ka ɗauko riga ka saka a jikin ka zo ka hadda usur ɗinsa ka makale gilas ɗinsa. Ba mugun hali bane ya ka tafi tsirara.
Ai ta gata mai na ce na gode to a ɗauko min tawa tana ciki da hulata. Ko ita ma ta hice?
Almunafik taska. Ta zo da Allah.
Ni ne almunafik?
Yo ita ta fada mata din. Ita ba ita ne taska labari ba da Allah ta fada mata Alan Guburu Alhaji wannan tana nan ko ta mutu ne.
A to kai ba magulmaci bane ka hau sama ka tambaye zamana ka je ya mutu ko bai mutu ba.
Ita tana fada mata haka.
A'a mutuniyar.
Kaga bata sabga ta kawai. In ba haka ba zan maka rashin mutunci wallahi. A sama nake wallahi yau ba mutunci. Kar ma ka kalli fuska ta kawai ka juya ka wuce.
To ya hakuri sa ko ƙasa. Allah baki hakuri.
Yawwa.
kafirci dodo ne wallahi me shi ya kaci wallahi tallahi ka ji ko ni ban ga amfanin zaman ba da muke a cikin nan an ajiye mu a rana na sai babbaka mu yake yi ya kamata a ce mu tattara mu koma yadda muka zo mu tattara mu koma inda muka fito saboda harka ta riga ta lalace
tunda Allah ya sa ke tinkiya ce ba in tashi mu kama hanya haka tsirara mu je can kan shankuna DPO Iram da ni ko gara a zo a yi mana a tsire da mu
au haka kace to a je a gaya musu abin da kake faɗa
idan ka gaya mai ni na tsoron wani ne din Allah wanda ya fasa dan Allah kai ya fito din ka ga rashin hankali
ai Allah ya dabo ga abu komai ba ba za ku ba gidan nan ba sai yan sanda sun tafi da ku za ku ga rashin mutunci
Allah subhanallah Allahumma ajirna Allahumma ajirna
aniya ku dai ta bi ku
kai ba sai ka ɗebo mana ba munafiki
haka za ka ƙare
wallahi sai dai ka ƙare
in sha Allah a haka za ka ta zama a fige da ya shara kai wannan ba ƙaramin kurege ba ne wannan taskan wallahi Allah kuma ya hige kamar gidansu
dai munafunci ne shine number 1 a gidan nan
welcome back to the world Alhaji Badamasi mai gidan ci na kare turuwa kare ka lafiya ka dawo
ni ne ko na bakwanci lahira
ai ba bakwantar lahira kai ba ka ce ka je lahira ka dawo
gaskiya wannan abun in ba dan ka sa baki ba gaskiya wannan ba azanci ne ba da ban yi ba ni da kake gani inda a gaskiya ba na son wani maganar mutuwa
kama Alhaji ana ga ɓata lokaci kake yanzu a shekarunka da irin abubuwan da kai a rayuwa kai yanzu a ce kana jin tsoron a faɗi mutuwa to duk nan gaba ɗayan mu nan gaba ɗaya ai duk mun kusa mutuwa
ya saboda me kai wannan magana
ka duba duk farin gashi ne da mu duka
fari gashi shine mutu da ba fari gashi sai yi dai in benta shi baki in ga da mutu din zai zo in ya ka ne mutuwa ba la ka dena magana ba la
to ai magajin ne da magana ba ta zuciya wai wani na farin gashi to mun kai tinkiya farin gashi ne ni tun rabona ba da inga tinkiya ɗaya mutu a gona na tun yau
to yanzu dai ina ganin abin maganan nan mu koma abin da ya tara mu ko kuwa a kira yaran nan ai maganan nan shikenan ni in samu in tafi yanzu na ce su yaran suna nan aiko
ga sunan a waje suna nan
to a kira mana su
to kai magana ta ƙare alhamdulillah mota yan sandan ta zo kenan
amma dai kai baka da hankali ko ce maka aka za a kirawo yan sanda su kama wani anan ‘ya'yansa ne za su zo za a ɗebi dukiya a ba kowa.
Ladan ƙin biya masa bashi kenan.
To sun ƙi biyan bashi ba ‘ya'yansa ba ne suna da gadonsa kai ba.
I hope you enjoyed this little clip, or long clip. I say short clip. It's going longer. Gidan Badamasi is a successful comedy drama currently rolling in Arewa 24 with Jacob here, which is trying to send a signal to the audience in the northern part of Nigeria about danger. We call it danger. Okay, we call it danger to give too many children without proper care. So, the time up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In fact, I couldn't get past the whistling, right? I was thinking it was going to be something else, but then I now realized that, wow, when you whistle, a pregnant woman is coming. So how about when you whistle and then there's more money in your account, right? Thank you so much, Falalu, for that. So we'll be going into our next session. So beyond sci-fi movies, beyond the complex algorithms, what is artificial intelligence? And what does it mean for Africa? So it's simply predictive intelligence at scale. And what do we need to do to achieve this in Africa? And how do we scale up? And how would it help development in Africa? So the next session, permit me to say there's going to be a masterclass, so please let's listen. And if you have time, put up your notes. You can write questions. If you have time, they would answer that later. So I would like to invite the first person to come up for this session, Sharath Chandara Guntuku, Associate Professor, Department of Computer and Information Science, University of Pennsylvania. Sharath is an AI product and AI partnership at DECDI AI program. Sorry, forgive me. Yeah, different bio, I just realized, sorry. He is a PhD, okay, good, thank you. So he's PhD Associate Professor, Department of Computer and Information Science, University of Pennsylvania. Sharath is a researcher and he has integrated natural language processing, artificial intelligence, behavioral science to understand and improve population, mental and physical health across cultures. Dr. Guntuku's work focuses on developing scalable AI systems for norm discovery, mental health assessments, social determinants of health, equitable access to care. He has published in PNSA, Nature Digital Medicine, JAMA Network. Welcome, Dr. Professor Sharath.
Thank you for that kind introduction. So can we have the slides, please? Yes. So I'll try and convince you that AI is weird. What do I mean by weird? Right? So there's this concept of Western, educated, industrial, rich, democratic nations, and we often find that a lot of AI systems, be it ChatGPT or Gemini, and others are primarily trained on weird countries. So how can we make this more generalizable? Right? So let me start with 3 examples. First, so I was talking to a colleague at the World Bank, and we are running a study on HPV vaccinations. And one of the parents basically chatted with ChatGPT and then asked, hey, should my daughter get the HPV vaccine? And then ChatGPT basically goes on and on about, oh, in the US, it's a 2-dose vaccine and blah, 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 right? So the recommendations change. They are different across different countries. So how do you sort of give local context, right? Second, we were working with students in India, specifically grade 12, and one of the students asked ChatGPT, oh, I'm feeling very stressed. I have a lot of exams coming up. What do I do? My parents have a lot of expectations of me. And then ChatGPT basically says, oh, just have a rational conversation with your parents. I'm sure they'll understand, right? I mean, some of you are nodding horizontally. You know that it's not really a fact, right? That's not something you do. And third, one of my students was at their doctor's appointment, and then they saw this brochure about cancer screening. So we were curious, how effective are these brochures, right? A lot of people hand them out. Do people read them? How effective are these? So we tried and created a series of studies to try and shed light on the deeper issues that each of these anecdotes reveal, be it rampant misinformation, be it stigma, or general preventive care gaps, right? And we were also seeing in the AI research that a lot of people are saying, hey, just talk to conversational agents or ChatGPT and they can, do miracles. People's political beliefs can change. People's conspiracy beliefs can go away, right? So we were basically trying to test this, test how much this goes through other outcomes, right? So we were basically curious, what would the process look like if we wanted to design a context-aware agent, right? So which is culturally sensitive. And when are these agents actually able to add value to people's health decision making? right? And what role should they play? Right, so I will try and describe 3 case studies, unless Arshad kicks me out sooner than that, and we'll try and come up with not answers to these questions, but potentially we'll make some progress in this direction. Right, so case study 1. So we surveyed students in India, mostly in high school and first 2 years of college, and most of you know that this is one of the most stressful periods in any adolescent's life. And we basically wanted to understand their experiences of mental health and what care system looked like to them. Right? So about 2/3 of them said they were feeling lonely or have some sort of mental health symptom. And over 70% of them said that they've never accessed any mental health care. Right? So this was a fairly urban area in India, and now a lot of schools and universities actually have mental health counselors, almost for free. So it was interesting that none of them actually used them. But the other insightful piece was majority of them actually did not feel inadequate to acknowledge that they had mental health symptoms, right? But they did feel that if they came out and sought help, they would be ostracized, they would be looked down, right? So there's a lot of social stigma and not as much self-stigma. And what was more interesting was some of these folks actually used chatbots, and chatbots often gave information that was completely irrelevant. For instance, there was this one student who said, oh, I found a helpline, but it was for California. I'm in India. How does that help me? Right? In spite of such context being incorrect, many of them actually found that talking to the bots were actually helpful. So we came up with several design tensions based on this quantitative data, and we had in-person qualitative interactions with these students. And I'll not try and summarize all of these, but basically the idea was there's a fine line between personalization and privacy. There's a fine line between, conciseness and verbose detail. Often when you talk to GPT, you sort of see that, it just goes on and on and on, right? So how do you sort of train or prompt these systems to make the most sense or add the most value to students? And the other thing that we were sort of worried in some sense is a lot of these systems are being pushed by schools and administrators to students. And it's unclear what downstream effects it may have, right? For instance, when social media started, I think Sam was talking yesterday, it started with this idea of let's connect people, let's bring people together. But now the unintended consequences of social media, all of us know, right? Rampant misinformation, mental health issues, especially affecting young girls and whatnot. And we are basically trying to figure out what kinds of guardrails are necessary so that we don't repeat the same mistakes with these large language models. So case study 2. So this was a randomized control study, and we tried to test the effect of clinician-developed messaging. It's very similar to a brochure that you saw in the beginning with multi-turn chatbot. And also we had just one single shot AI message, right? Very similar to maybe a public service advisory that you might get on your phone. So we wanted to see how these 3 different pieces compare with each other to encourage people to get screened. Right? So we only screened for individuals who never got cancer screening. And then we found that the orange line here, the chatbot does pretty well, right? So intentions go up by significant margin, but at the same time, a single AI message is able to do almost equally well. So, and the brochure that you saw in slide 1, that didn't really work, right? So, however, there's a caveat here, or there's a small insight here. For folks who did not trust public health messaging or who did not have enough trust, for them actually talking it out to with the conversational bot was very helpful. So trust in the messenger actually matters, right? So we were like, oh, this is fantastic. So we are able to have people talk to AI and improve their health outcomes potentially. So let's just put these chatbots in with all parents and see if it removes vaccine hesitancy, right? So we basically picked HPV vaccine as an outcome because it was not as politically charged, and we tried a similar approach, right? So we recruited parents who expressed hesitancy in vaccinating their children, and we had a more chatty version of the chatbot, a vanilla chatbot, and we compared it against standard public government health messaging similar to WHO and things like that. And then we waited a week after this intervention was given. And then we asked people after a week, after 15 days, and after 45 days if talking to the bot actually helped. So what did we find? This is too small, but we basically found that talking to the bot helps. The more chatty version of the bot didn't help as much. But contrary to our prior work, we found that reading the CDC or the government health material was actually equally helpful. And over time, technically we were like, oh, so what's happening with the bot, right? So bot worked last time, it also worked this time, but it's not working as well. So what's happening, right? So it seems like the bot used, okay, this is also not visible, but the bot used a lot of persuasion strategies, right? It tried and stated facts whenever possible. It tried to listen actively. For those of you who are in the intervention space, there's this idea of motivational interviewing that you do to try and change behaviors. The bot actually tried and picked up on a lot of those cues, and still it was not as successful, right? So we actually saw that over time, the effects of talking to the bot faded. Whereas, actually reading the WHO material was actually effective even over time. So what does this tell us, right? So there is this intricate story around trust, tone, and belief in AI. It's a more complicated story. It's not entirely clear why or where AI works. So as I promised, I'm not going to give you answers to the questions that I raised. I'm trying to raise more questions so that we can start thinking about these a little more. And the other caveat is a lot of these are online experiments, right? So we recruited people entirely online. It's unclear how well these would translate if you were to do them on the ground, right? So do you actually expect people to have a 3-minute conversation with a chatbot? Do you actually expect people to spend 3 or 5 minutes reading a brochure? It's unclear, right? So these are questions that we need to think about a little more. So what we've learned so far, I'll try and summarize. Arshad is asking me to get away. So as I promised, I've not given you the answers to the questions, but I believe we've made some progress. One, not just using AI actually work, but context matters, right? So for example, a chatbot for Nigerian parents will be very different from a chatbot for US parents or Indian parents, right? And depending on the setting, you don't actually need a sophisticated conversational agent. A one-shot AI-generated message that knows who it's speaking to is actually sufficient, especially when you want to do large-scale public health messaging trials, right? And then I would say AI cannot replace experts, and it should not replace experts, right? Human connections have a lot of value, and I think AI should act as bridges to sort of support those connections. So where are we going next with this, right? So we found that injecting local knowledge is crucial. So we are looking at ways to inject local knowledge into these chatbots. We're trying to see how these tools can be helpful, especially in settings like clinician training or frontline health workers training, right? So can having conversations with the bots help with empathy, help with trust, building trust. And then third, especially around children, adolescents, what does a psychologically safe experience look like, and what kinds of guardrails are necessary to actually make that feasible? So that was the talk. I think I successfully finished before Arshad kicked me out. So if you're interested in any of these questions, I'd be happy to chat more, and that's the team. those are all the papers that I tried and covered, some that I did not. Reading papers can be very boring. I was just talking to Reynolds yesterday. If you go to Notebook LM, which is a Google tool, just download the PDF, upload it. It'll create a very good podcast for you. So you can actually just hear the podcast. Much easier than reading verbose papers. Super. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Guntuku. And I like what you said. Please, a picture with Victor and Fife, that AI cannot and should not replace experts. So I kind of know that we have jobs in the next years, hopefully. So pictures. To the middle, okay. Thank you. Thank you once more, Dr. Guntuku. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes down? Thank you. So up next, we're going to be speaking to Sherif Kazim. Sherif would come up. Sherif is an AI product and partnerships as DECID AI program. Sherif works on AI products and research strategy, where he manages Impact AI, a Google.org funded evidence synthesis platform, and leads projects on LLM bias evaluation and machine augmentation social science. He coordinates partnerships, drives product development, and supports policy uptake through AI research. He holds a master's in international affairs from Columbia University, specializing in economic development and data analytics, and a first-class honor degree from the London School of Economics. Sherif, you're welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much.
You have 10 minutes, and we hope that he doesn't take you off stage.
I'll try and be nice about that. Thank you so much for the warm introduction, and pleasure to be here with you all today. My talk is a little bit of a double act with Sharaf, who just went and talked about culturally aware AI. I'll be talking about context-specific AI, and specifically why we should build those type of models to assess biases and tackle applications in low-resource contexts. So I thought about starting off with my usual slides, which are very technical, but instead I wanted to tell you a little bit about a custom in my home country of Iran, where we take politeness to absolute extremes. And in that context, basically, it's all about insisting and insisting and insisting, and the social interaction going on as long as possible until one side basically gives up. So if you're trying to enter a room with me, you might see me get into this whole charade with you. That might explain why that's happening. Now, this can cause a lot of confusion, especially for outsiders, because you make a lot of very kind offers, but it's all part of that social game. And as confusing as it might be, it's still part of our core culture, and that is what defines us. Okay, so why is this happening, and why is this relevant for AI? Well, let's talk about a specific example. Let's say the passenger hands the taxi driver some cash. Well, the taxi driver will say something like, well, be my guest, you don't need to pay, like, please, like, go for it, don't worry about it. What's the correct response? Is it, thanks so much, and walking out the taxi, or do you have to engage in this insistence game of, saying, no, 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 please pay, it was unworthy that I'm seeing a lot of nods, so, there's a lot of similar social dynamics here, right? Well, if you ask a standard AI model, it will say the first one. It will say, oh, okay, the driver said, I don't need to pay. Wonderful, thank you so much. And it will fail that interaction according to the local context. But if you take a model that has been trained to understand the local context, it will, no, I need to insist this time. So what does this mean for AI, and why am I talking about this? Well, because a lot of times AI is being described as very plug and play now, right? So you pick up an AI model and you can apply it to any context. But, and it's looking a little bit weird there, if the AI is also confused by things like Tarof and doesn't understand local context, how can it hold a conversation? How does it understand the local language? Will the plugs even fit the local context? Let me tell you a little bit about why this is happening. So AI models are trained in roughly two ways. One is training on large data sets, and second is a little bit of task-specific training on top, done by humans and robots. Well, the large training is the large training is being done by data sets largely from the global north. You can see from this picture, the data sets are emerging almost entirely from US and China, with some other countries involved. But at the bottom, I'm not sure if you can see very clearly down here, but the portion that comes from Africa is very, very, very small compared to the other continents. When tied to the human feedback that goes into training these models, here's a map of all the countries and kind of roughly where their cultural values are lined up. So you'll see Middle East and Africa countries are clustered here in the bottom left, and then some East Asian countries in the middle top, and then the European and North American countries are there in the middle right. And that's also where the GPT's cultural values come up when you test it. So what this has resulted in is a lot of AI models that aren't so attuned to the local context. Now, this isn't just some gimmicks and issues with not understanding Taro for local values. This has downstream consequences as well. Models that don't understand local context are much more likely to, without knowing, pick up stereotypes and display them. They're also just less efficient, so they cost a lot more for languages which it's unfamiliar with. It's more likely to spread factual inaccuracies, and there's a general performance gap in these models as well. So I'll take this further a little bit more and begin talking about some of the research that we do. So we've done a survey of human associations of gender across a number of different occupations in domestic work. And we asked the same questions from AI as well. So we did the survey in Nigeria, Kenya, and India, and I'm going to talk about the results from Nigeria. So if you ask a human respondent, what is the likelihood that this job is being done by a specific gender, it'll say one answer. You ask the same question from an AI, and there'll be a gap between the answers, right? They've got different values inherent in them. And if you ask the question in English, the gap is about 24, and that's a fairly large gap across the work, but the important intuition here is the gap closes when you ask it in the local language. So it's beginning to access some of the local knowledge, and it's beginning to access some of the local values, and this points us a little bit towards what we want to be doing here. I'll just say very quickly as well that our results so far show that the gap between the Nigerian human survey respondent is bigger with its LLM Nigerian counterpart than the LLM American and the LLM Nigerians are. So the LLM models are much closer together in terms of value associations than even the Nigerian model is to the human survey respondent. Okay, what can we do about all of this? Well, at the Development Impact AI Lab, I'm working with wonderful people like Victor, Sam, and Sharaf, who've spoken already. We tackle a number of different problems, but particularly we look into societal mirroring under social AI. That's when we try and build tailored LLMs with curated data from local contexts to understand local language. Let's think about this in terms of one problem that Sam highlighted yesterday. So if we want to tackle hate speech detection, which is a very important problem also for offline violence, we want to use context-specific AI models. So our solution takes place in 4 parts. First is data gathering. So we do large-scale data gathering across representative platforms. This helps us then build context-specific AI models that understand the local context. So specifically for Nigerian Twitter or X in this instance, we were able to achieve a 10x performance leveraging this representative data that we gathered. When we then apply context-specific models to applications, we see quite a large improvements in potential. So if you just ask human moderators to classify hate speech online, they're only going to be able to cover about 15% of Nigerian Twitter. If you use your generic model, so this is the model that maybe doesn't understand local context, doesn't get Tarof, you can only really push it up to 35%, but our analysis shows that a context-specific AI model, like the one that we built for Nigerian Twitter, alongside human moderators, is able to cover 80%. These applications aren't just great for detection, they have loads of downstream applications as well. Sam also spoke about our work on targeted celebrity pro-speech advertisements, and this is all made possible thanks to hate speech detection models that are context-specific. And in this particular instance, the impact that we were able to achieve was around a 5% decrease in hate speech proliferation. But it's not just about building better products and models. It's also about making sure that you understand how you're going to go around evaluating them, in what context should you understand how people will be using these models, and from there, what are the ways in which you should be framing your questions. So I'll take a second on this chart because I think it's interesting. Although it's a little bit blurry, I'll try and explain it. So all those blue dots in the middle are our explicit question. So a classic test that you do to models to see, what response they might give. And all the orange ones to the sides are our implicit tests. So the explicit test in this question was, hey, this is a Nigerian farmer, what gender are they? And if you ask it that, the standard AI response, because it's been, trained and it's meant to be very politically correct, is, well, a Nigerian farmer can be both male or female, I cannot possibly answer that, blah, blah, blah. But that's not really what its biases and associations are, right? So you have to come up with much cleverer ways of testing and evaluating. So what you do is you do this implicit or covert prompt. So you get it to focus on a task. So for instance, you might say, hey, write me a bedtime story about a Nigerian farmer. And then you'll see how often the gender of that main character is male or female. And then from there, you're able to understand, okay, that's your association with gender. And you do that in local languages as well. So you see if there's a difference between English versus Yoruba. And from there, you get a closer sense of, okay, what has been the values and associations that have gone into these models. This is, again, not just gimmicks, but has real-world consequences as these AI models increasingly intermediate our interactions in society. The biases and stereotypes they might have and the values and associations will play an increasingly important role. So in this instance, you have a math homework that you want to give to a boy and a girl. One is harder, one is easier. And when you're making that choice, you can give the harder math exercise to the boy or the girl, or vice versa. And from that, you can understand whether the model is going to be biased towards the boy or the girl, or whether it has any biases at all. And what we see is if you ask it in English, which is the red here, it's pretty close to the center, so it's been debiased. What it's been trained to do is to not show favoritism between genders. And that's because a lot of the training, as we talked about earlier, has been done in the global north. But if you do the test in Hindi, its biases show up, and it shows a lot of favoritism towards the boy. And this is not exactly the situation that we want, but it's something that goes by missed quite often, because we're not evaluating these models in a context-specific way, just the same way that we're not building them in a context-specific way. Okay, where do we go from here? So I talked about the whole process of context-specific models. So it's data collection, it's model building, it's designing applications, and it's running evaluations which accurately reflect local use. And from there, you can try and extend it into a whole broad sweep of different applications and different development impacts. So for instance, you can scale hate speech detection. You can think about ways in which you might mitigate the bias and harms that we discussed earlier, or you can design more culturally faithful synthetic samples or representations of populations as well. Let me bring us back to yesterday when one of the speakers had the amazing line that for KFC to thrive in Nigeria, it needs to offer jollof rice. And this made me think a lot about our context-specific AI. So something that I heard last year in Paraguay was, oh, AI doesn't understand my country because it doesn't speak Guarani. And at the reception yesterday, someone was talking about difficulties they have trying to speak Yoruba into ChatGPT because it's a tonal language, it doesn't pick up on the subtleties there. There's an inherent connection between language and culture. And for AI to thrive globally, it needs to understand these local connections better. Whether it's Tarof or Yoruba or Hausa, without that context specificity, it's not going to work. And the plug-and-play models that we're hearing so much about won't fit our local adapters. So that's our presentation on context-specific AI models, and I'm keen for any questions you might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sharif. This was really enlightening. They're not in the room, so we'll take the picture later. So we've just seen that we really need to contextualize AI models, right? So we look forward to that, the day I'll put in my local language and see what it would say. So without much further ado, I would like to call on the next speaker, Osaru Alile. She's the founder, Light Design Factory. With extreme passion for creativity, education, empowering youth, Osaru works spans various design disciplines while upholding one clear theme: how can we make this better? So I would like to see that in her presentation today. With over 20 years of interior design experience, her work spans mixed-use development, hospitality, commercial workplaces, residential spaces. Her journey has been a natural response to needs and gaps in the creative design industry and community. A pro-African creative force, Osaru has proved that tenacity, hard work, and service spark life, earning features in Architectural Digest, Design Edit, Netflix, and House Beautiful magazine. Please let's welcome Osaru to stage. Thank you. You want to use your...
I don't think I can touch it. They said it was too late. So. Good morning still. Morning, everyone. I have my slides, so just waiting for it to come up. Hope everyone has been enjoying this so far. I just came, unfortunately, so I wasn't here yesterday and I didn't get to enjoy the other sessions, but I'll be here the rest of the day. So yes, light is a quiet instigator. When it enters a space, nothing stays the same. It ripples, it heals, it gathers, and it inspires. Today, I will be speaking to you about AI for dignity, AI for stories, AI in spaces, dignity in spaces, and dignity through social impact, and how technology and AI can help us make these acts of light spread way faster and also cause much more impact than they naturally will. I have to stay there. So I'm going to tell you a bit about my journey. Like my profile says, I'm an interior architect. Not normally in the AI space, but I'm here today because, like I said, I'm always trying to figure out what can we do to make things better. And if anybody knows anything about the architecture, engineering, design industry, it can be quite daunting, the work that we do. A lot of interior designers go to school thinking it's going to be fun and games, just colors and, exciting stuff. Then they realize it takes so many hours to get the work done. It is so daunting just to create a beautiful space. And I say just because that's what it seems like to most people. Over the last 2 decades, I have literally been designing homes for some of Nigeria's top, so I could move, right? Thank you. Designing homes for some of Nigeria's top billionaires. For banks, hotels, mixed-use developments, so many exciting projects. But one thing that tends to happen all the time, you can move. Excellent. So something that tends to happen was that people always boxed me in, and they would say things like, oh, you're a luxury designer, you can't design for me. Like friends would say, I can't possibly afford the work that you do. And that always bothered me, to be honest. I'm always like, well, I mean, I see the impact that interior design makes in people's lives and how they feel after my dad had said, okay, let's do up her bathroom. So when we did that, we now extended it to a little bit in her dressing room and added some lights in. And she came back. We spent quite a bit in her bathroom, by the way, did all the fancy everything, and just added lights alone in her dressing room. And she came back and she was like, oh, lovely bathroom. Ah, the lights in my dressing room. Like, you made such a difference just by adding 4 lights, like literally 4 light fixtures. And that day I just kept on saying, this is amazing. Like, see what this tiny thing will do in affecting the way she lived and how she enjoyed her space. So, but I've never really liked the singular label that I have been called, luxury designer. So I tried to say, how do I make people see that I could do this for everyone? Because I truly believe that everybody deserves to live in a happy space, regardless of your social economic climate. And whenever I say it, people say, that's what you say, but how much does it cost to actually do this? So I'll say it over and over again, and people will still say, you're just saying it. So because of that, I started looking for ways. Honestly, I was looking for ways. How do I do this faster? Because one of the reasons why interior design is expensive, because it takes a lot of time. There's a lot of intricacies involved. you have to study to understand like how do, you know, the kind of carpets to use. For example, I was at a conference yesterday, the carpet didn't have this line. I walked in and the first thing I said, there's no line at the edge. People are going to fall down the stairs. And truly, people were tripping. So there are things that people don't notice, but they're very important in understanding in our sector. So because of my core, which is design, I started learning about AI because I thought, okay, maybe this AI thing can, you know, help us to do things faster. And as I was learning about it, I realized that, okay, it's actually shortening down my time, shortening time with everything that I'm doing. But I don't like doing things by myself. And I'm like, okay, if I do this for me and it makes my life easier, what about everybody else in the industry? And what about everybody else that is around me, all the people that are coming after me? So I started trying to figure out how to use AI to design spaces for people across Nigeria. And I started working with IDP camps and people in underserved communities, to design their spaces. And I'll just do little things and, you know, try and get, like my mom, change their light fixtures, you know, put in some mattresses, some curtains, take a lick of paint. But there's something that I never used to do. I never used to document it because I just thought, you know, maybe to me there was some false sense of humility. Like I don't want people to see what I'm doing because it feels like, oh, I'm trying to toot my own horn. So I mean, people would know, but it wasn't something that I did consciously. And then I was at an event once, and I was actually moderating a panel. And in the panel, we're talking about building a legacy, and there was a company from Italy that had been working for 100 years, and another younger company who had been in business for about 30 years. And the guy that was in the company from Italy said something. He said, you know, my grandfather did so much documenting. He had lots of pictures, videos, and he had it in a room in his house, like almost like a library about the company. And it was a kitchen manufacturing company. And he said because of that, almost every one of us actually work in this company because we're so inspired by all the work that he did in the past. And then I was wrapping up the panel, and I said, you know, so to build a legacy, you have to document your stories. And I was talking to the people, but I actually spoke to myself. And I was just like, oh, yeah, this is something I definitely do not do nearly enough. And I realized that sometimes silence is how good ideas actually die. So we need to tell our stories. And then the fact that I thought it was humility, it actually was an ego problem because you're thinking, oh, you know, I don't want to put myself out there, but it's really, I started learning that I needed to share more, which is why I'm here, by the way. Okay, so my journey actually taught me that design is not just a privilege, it's actually a necessity, and people should be able to enjoy design. Slides. Okay, anyway, slides. My name is Osaru Alida. I just realized I haven't said that yet. And I'm an interior architect who has spent the last 2 decades exploring the quiet power of design as a source of light, a light that transforms spaces and restores dignity. In the last 2 years, I have been learning on a concept that I call neurotechnology. And what it is that I define it as essentially a convergence between neuroscience and technology. And in the design world, what that does is it helps people to open up their minds. So for me, for instance, I was the one teaching the concepts, but I was learning a lot. And I realized that the more I spoke about it, the more I realized I started to see differently. I could see problems where I naturally would not have seen. I can walk into the same spaces, in the same environments, and I didn't notice these things before because I didn't allow myself to stop, to take retreats, to think, to realize that doing the same thing over and over again was actually an illness. I started calling it, like, I'm not going to go into the concept now, but truly, it's actually a sickness to continue doing the same thing over and over again, and that's the way that I teach it. So it's neurotechnology allows you to enhance your cognitive abilities to be able to think differently and solve problems differently. So because of that, because of the ideas that I started thinking about, I was like gung-ho about solving problems in people's spaces, even when they couldn't afford it. So that is when we now brought in the whole AI for design thing. Like I said earlier, it's almost like a light bulb lit up in my head. Like, oh, we can do more of this and, you know, spread it wider and faster. So we came up with what I'll call a movement called the Light Design Factory. It's not moving. And it's essentially is I'll say, kind of a movement that helps you to design spaces for dignity and allows people who naturally will not be able to afford it, to use AI to power up their spaces. So you can just come onto the platform, upload your pictures, and then get your spaces, or which most AI platforms can do. But the difference here is that we have human designers behind the scenes who we train to use the AI platform. So for me, it's like, okay, Osaro alone was able to do maybe 1 or 2 spaces a year. But our goal is to be able to do, in the next 5 years, 500 spaces across West Africa. And we've done quite a bit of them in the last 3 months, and I cannot believe how quickly it's growing. People are signing up to the platform, they're learning, they're understanding how it works, how to use AI. And one of the things that is very important to us is we teach people about integrity. We teach people about integrity. We tell them that, okay, yes, you want to serve, you want to be a designer, you want to do good work, but you have to understand the people that you're working with, why you're working with them. When you're using AI, a lot of people are afraid that, oh, AI, AI is so scary. In fact, my sister is very afraid of AI. She keeps saying, why do you upload your pictures to AI? They're going to use you to do crazy things, which is true. But the truth about it is that with AI, you can also use it for good. And I have chosen to use AI for good and just keep going. Like I said, with AI, you can do it fast, spread it wide, and make it count. And that's one of the things that we're doing at Light Design Factory. And we're just being super aggressive about it because with AI, you can. So we've started training essentially different started training for the creative industry across Africa. So yeah, okay, that's one of the students for interior design, storytelling, and essentially how to use AI to do social impact. So we challenge people to say, okay, what are the problems in your community and how do you solve them using AI? How do you solve it making it really fast? So we had over 367 applicants, actually students, from 17 different countries who went through our 12-week incubator program. And it's just amazing to see after the 12 weeks what they're able to do. And it's like everybody has different ideas, and because of AI, they're able to do and solve the problems really fast. And for me, it's just super exciting because I'm like, look at what can happen. And then one of the exciting parts of the Light Design Factory is the most powerful expression actually that we have is the work for the Happy Space Project, which is a formalized version of the quiet work that I have done over the years. And what we do is that we have applications from widows and orphans and undeserved communities across West Africa. They apply, and then we get their spaces done through the interior designers that are behind the scenes. And all this is done for free for them. So, I'm going to...
Every human being deserves a space that heals. The Happy Space Project was born from that belief. The Happy Space Project was born from that belief to show that thoughtful design can restore dignity, spark joy, and change how people feel about their lives. We collaborate with Happy Space designers from around the world. Interior designers we train to use AI for fast, purposeful design. Through these projects, they get to earn, learn, and most importantly, serve, using their skills to create spaces that bring joy to others. The spaces themselves are built across West Africa, where we redesign rooms for widows, orphans, and vulnerable families, transforming them into environments that support wellness, peace, and pride. Each project becomes a living study in how light, texture, and layout can shape emotion and rebuild hope. These aren't charity projects, they're research-driven design interventions, proving that beauty and dignity can coexist and that empathy can be designed. Here's a short 1-minute glimpse of that impact. Our most recent Happy Space transformation completed just a few weeks ago.
Ọkọ mi ó kú ní 7 years ago now. Àwọn ọmọ mi wọn tí dàgbà náà wọ́n ti jáde secondary tẹ̀tẹ̀ wọn tí wọ́n tó sàn.
In the heart of this community lives a mother whose strength has carried her family through hardship. Inside a single room, she has her children holding on to hope.
Okay, so mama, ṣe ní fridge? Ní fridge. Ní fridge. Wo fridge yẹn kò ṣiṣẹ́. Ètò wà ní kitchen, ètò wà ní lẹ́nà òṣìṣẹ́ so.
Watch as we transform a widow's single room into a vibrant home for her and her children. Welcome to the Happy Space Project, where design meets compassion, holding on to hope even when the walls feel small. Today, that hope is rebuilt, not just with bricks and paint, but with compassion, creativity, and the belief that everyone deserves happy space.
I know what they do for me. I no feel I thank you people and the thing they organize for me and do for me. I thank you, brother and sister, and the others that then organize all this big thing for me.
Okay, well, because of the time, I would have showed the rest. But anyway, thank you, Omari. Okay, you can continue and just leave the sound off here. So thank you, Omari. When I watch that, it just reminds me why we do what we do and the excitement to be able to do a lot more than I ever did and a lot faster with many designers across the world just gives me joy. So this is how you can use AI to serve humanity and do it fast. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. And you're really illuminating the light.
Yeah.
And we can see that smile on that widow's face. Please, a picture. Can you wait there for a picture? And thank you for using AI to build dignity in the world and in Nigeria especially. Can we give her a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. Can we give her another round of applause? Thank you. So our last speaker, before we break and we go for tea, is Jennifer Okeke Ojiodu. Jennifer is a distinguished leader in stakeholder management and engagement across Africa. As a senior ecosystem engagement manager at AfriLabs, she drives influential convenings in African technology and innovation ecosystem, fostering relationships with governments, international bodies, and key stakeholders. Her career reflects dedication to meaningful change and navigating complex environments. Welcome, Jennifer.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I hope we're well. I have 10 minutes, but before I start, we've been sitting here for a long time, and I know I'm standing between you and tea, but everyone has had a wonderful chance to talk about the work that they're doing to change the world. My favorite word is Olamajiji, and if you're from Nigeria, or especially Igbo-speaking Nigeria anyway, you know that that means earthquake. Because every day, we're shaping the world with an earthquake. In our culture, it's transformative. So we have listened to everyone, creating an earthquake around us. So I'm going to ask everybody to stand up for a minute, just real quick, because we've been sitting for so long. That's why we need the coffee. So let's just stand up really quickly before we start. People counting my time. I'm adding this back. Okay, so really quickly, just start small, but 2 steps down on the ground. I know there's a rug, so let's start small. 2 steps down on the ground. Now we have to move a little faster, so quick time, quick time, quick time, quick time. Can you hear the noise? You can hear my noise at least, because it's wood. But this is what we do every day. We're shaking the world. We're creating a pulse underneath us. And now that I've got your attention, please sit down. Let's go. Let's have a quick conversation. So, my name is Jennifer Okeke Ojiodu. I'm speaking to you on behalf of AfriLabs. AfriLabs is the largest network of Pan-African technology and innovation hubs in the world. Our entire job description is to drive a thriving digital economy on the continent. To do that, we have to engage with multi-stakeholders, from governments shaping policy all the way down to startups that you see and know. So welcome everyone to my 10 minutes, because it's saying 9:22, but 10 minutes of a quick conversation around AI. I'm so happy to go last in this conversation because what I want to talk about, everyone has sort of touched around a little bit, which really is what AfriLabs does. We bring together every single stakeholder and all the ideas to shape a correct narrative for our continent. So I'm so excited to have this conversation. Our topic today, I'm supposed to do this, right? Yeah? Okay. Our topic today is Africa AI, the race we must win. Why is this really important, and why is this an amazing opportunity to talk about after everyone goes? Let's start with electricity, right? Tesla developed electricity. We all know, he fell in love with the pigeon, that guy. He developed electricity, but Thomas Edison showed use case and made the light bulb profitable. Fast forward, PayPal. PayPal revolutionized digital payments globally. But Africa gave the world M-Pesa, a solution for us, by us, and we watched it explode across the entire continent. They say it's not who runs first, but it's who runs best. At AfriLabs, we believe that Africa must not only adopt AI, we must shape it. And that's the entire thesis of my conversation with you today. Across history, every civilization that we know has shaped the world. They did it because they mastered the tool of their time. For Egypt, it was engineering. We all know the pyramids of Giza. For Mali, it was trade and scholarship, Timbuktu. For the West, it was the industrial and digital revolutions. In our time, it's AI. And as Africans, we have the power to leapfrog with intention. We've done it so many times. We've seen it happen in fintech. But what is unique about us is not the adaptation, it is the adaptation that is our innovation. So, think about this. We're 1.4 billion people in the whole world. 18% of that 1.4 billion people as Africans in the whole world is 18% of the entire population, which means, and then 60% of that 18% is under 25, right? And this is a generation that is more educated, can learn faster, and can build better than any generation before it. But we're only 5% of the AI, global AI talent in the world, which doesn't make sense because with my own two eyes, I have seen what we have done as AfriLabs, and we have seen in Kigali last year 19 workable solutions provided in only 72 hours from 99 innovators in Kigali through our Llama 3.1 project that was put together by AfriLabs, Meta, and the Gates Foundation. So the talent is there. We're not lacking it, and we don't lack intelligent beings on the continent. I've met young founders building under Wi-Fi that cuts out every 20 minutes. Yet they're incubating ideas that can change healthcare for millions. I've seen innovators with prototypes, but no policy that allows them to scale, no runway, no capital, no bridge. And I often ask myself, when a continent with this much hunger, intelligence, and creativity finally has exponential technology at its hands, what do we do next? That tool is AI. And for the first time in history, Africa is not too late. We are right on time. We have the population. We have the bandwidth to actually push this. So what are we going to do? We've seen it before, like I mentioned, with fintech, when mobile money transformed the continent. M-Pesa opened floodgates for Momo, Airtel Money. Flutterwave became a unicorn. So our talent is not just a theory. It's actually practical and profitable, which is most important. So imagine what happens when we apply the same ingenuity to AI. Right now, as I speak to you, AI-powered drones in Kigali cut through the morning sky to deliver blood to rural hospitals. In Kenya, right now, AI tools are used to diagnose diseases in remote clinics. In Kaduna, AI helps drones to identify and detect crop diseases before it spreads. And in Nigeria, you and I both know that the startups are using AI to verify identity and to stop fraud. So these are not dreams, they're happening now, and this is the future within our grasp, right? So how do we win this race? What do we have to do? 3 things: shape policies to allow easy and ethical adaptation, channel our investments into the right people and projects, basically put our money where our mouth is, and build infrastructure that gives innovators tools to thrive. Now, because AI is here to serve us, it must understand us first, like the speaker who spoke before me about the nuances in Iran and cultural and linguistical understandings. They must understand our ways, our way of learning, our realities, what is actually acceptable and feasible. And that will not happen if Africa is a consumer. We actually have to create this. We actually have to be a creator and build with us. At AfriLabs, we've identified 4 pillars, and we've worked on this for the last couple of years. So our journey to responsible AI has started with a few things. The first thing is talent. We've mapped over 669 viable startups across the continent, and we must train and empower more. Infrastructure, we must curate and cultivate African data sets that actually reflect our culture, our language, our values, because our values, again, are not the same as everyone else's. Then ecosystems. AfriLabs has led this charge, and we're looking for more organizations to do things like this, which is to build a strong multi-stakeholder ecosystem connecting startups, hubs, academia, government, and investors. And then policy and capital. AfriLabs has developed ethical policy pathways and mapping national policy readiness and investment pipelines. But we can't do it alone. We call on more partners to join us. Africa must not only adopt AI, we must design it, we must fund it, and we must own it. This isn't about creating new data sets or creating new ideas, but it is literally tailoring the opportunities right in front of us to suit us, to drive growth and empower our youth and rewrite the narrative of global innovation. Before I give you my charge, I want you to picture this for a second, right? Digital marketing came on the scene. It wasn't created by us. Digital platforms for payment weren't created by us. But now the world asks us, how do we use it? Because we have developed genuine, unique use case situations that have made it more viable and have innovated something that's now like I started this conversation, every civilization. But before I get off the stage, I also just want to encourage each and every one of us. It's one thing to talk about asking others to do it for you. It's one thing to charge the politicians and the innovators and every single other person in this room. But like I said, our voices are important. Continent. We actually not only need to leapfrog, but we need to figure out how to create unique use cases. We need to see how to develop opportunities that are specific to us. If not, we will never catch up. We will never win. The only way we can do that is to find what works within our cultures and within our backgrounds and what actually is viable. In communities now, you see that they're sending out all these massive AI opportunities to people who don't even know how to use a computer, how to record data. But as Africans, our culture and our data is recorded orally. So we need to figure out how to work with collecting our data, even if it's orally. We need to find opportunities and things like that that are unique to us. And I bet you will change the world when we do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Please, can you remain on stage as you take the picture? Thank you for telling us the African story, and I'm glad you came in last to close this session. So we need to adapt and adopt and domesticate, tell our stories. Fife, please, come on. So as you were gracious to give your 5 minutes out of your 15 minutes tea break to Jennifer, you have 5 minutes tea break. but then tea 10 minutes, please. We come back because we have other sessions and we want to close on time. So see you in 10 minutes.
Hello.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Please, we'll need you back in the room. The session is starting right now. Good morning, everyone. The next session is about to start. Please join us in the Kano room. I'll do the outside one, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. The session is starting, and we'd like you all to return back into the room.
But then we know that to get tangible results is on the field and action. And how do we do that? Beyond pilots, right? So we know that the development sector is beautiful, but sometimes really frustrating. So when you do your research, you get all the paper, data, translate it, and then when it comes to real action, that's where the problem is, because you're not working in labs or you're not using chemicals, right? You're working in communities with human beings, and how is that going to pan out? So today, we're going to be looking at what happens to those brilliant ideas. Sometimes it goes through the valley of death, like I say, and sometimes we're up there on the mountain, everything is doing well. So we'll listen to our beautiful panelists and our gorgeous panelists. I'm using that word lightly, right? There are people that are really vast in their field, data scientists, research analysts, consultants worldwide, and we'll look at what we can do to scale the innovations, to scale what we've been doing. So now that the room is almost packed full, I'd like to introduce the moderator for this session. His name is Mansir Nasir. He's a senior external affairs officer at the World Bank. He has worked in Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. He provides strategic support towards the deepening stakeholder engagement, especially with civil society organizations, the media, youth, and the academia. He's also supporting reform communication engagements and dialogue with stakeholders. In Nigeria, Mansur is a member of several operating tax teams, and including the leading social norms component of the Adolescents Girl Initiative for Learning and Empowerment, AGILE. Before joining the World Bank in 2019, Mansur gained extensive experience supporting communications and outreach functions for bilateral donor programs and private sector. He holds a master's degree in marketing and innovation from Anglia Ruskin University, United Kingdom. Welcome, Mansur. Can we give him a round of applause? We can do better than that. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. Stage is
No. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning once again. I'm happy to be here. So this session is quite strategic and important to the context of the conversations that have been happening here. We've heard a lot of stories, we've seen a lot of data, a lot of innovative programs. But how do we get these programs to scale? I think that's simply the question. To do this by Victor, I think last week, we had a very friendly chat, and I gave him a few stories of some of the work I've done prior to the bank. Before the bank, I've done a lot of work on entertainment education, behavior change communication, and a lot of this sort of programs leading to social change. And I was saying to Victor of an example of a program that I led the communications component a couple of years ago, which was funded by the FCDO now, then the FID. It was a very innovative program where we deployed all kinds of entertainment education approach, marketing, communication, advertising, and the data showed that the brand recognition was doing very, very well. It just stopped at a point because the donor didn't have, the appetite to take such huge risk. So what this means is that programs that are innovative, programs that tend to take a lot of time to shift minds and all of that, often stop at some level without going to scale. So what can we do to change this? How do we, most especially when it comes to programs that are within the public sector spaces? So what are the approaches we can do to ensure that if we see programs that at pilot scale are really well, what are the ingredients to take it to scale? So those are some of the things we'll be exploring on this panel, and I'm happy to have a seasoned array of people whom will give us their perspectives and their insights into some of these key questions we're asking. So I would want to, first of all, invite one of the panelists. So the way the session will run, we have a few presentations, and then we'll come and answer a few questions. So without wasting much time, I want to start with someone who I think is one of the key people that will give us perspectives around this. She is the Executive Director for Programs at the Nigeria Television Authority. I'm talking about Tari Taylor. I hope I got the surname correctly. She was appointed recently by the president to this role, and since then she has worked to upgrade viewer experience in Nigeria Television Authority. For those who are not Nigerian, that is the government-owned television authority which has networks across the entire country and probably has the largest viewership in the country. So a very strategic TV station that reaches every crook and cranny of Nigeria. So prior to this appointment, she served as Senior Special Assistant to the Lagos State Governor on Environment. And in that role, she did a lot of stakeholder engagement and participation. So I want to invite Tari to come up the stage, and please let's queue up her presentation. Tari, please come up.
Good morning, everyone. Yes. Right. So as very well introduced, my name is Tari Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of Programs for NTA, Africa's largest network, Nigeria's public broadcaster. So I try to be a little clever with my title. You see that I put a little what is on our screen with a small s, because our screens now are not just television screens. Our screens are mobile. Our screens are getting smaller and smaller. Many of us here, I'm sure, stream almost everything, because we just carry our television with us wherever we go. So charting what is on our screen, it's quite an interesting task these days. So I'll just move on. The bottom says why it matters, and I'll dwell a bit on that as we go along. So can we have the presentation start, please? Oh, okay. Right. Right. Face this. So a little bit about NTA. You all here probably know the NTA, Nigerian Television Authority. Many of us who are Nigerian, we grew up watching NTA. NTA, when it started, or when television first came to Nigeria, we led in setting up that infrastructure, that broadcast infrastructure that we know today. And for a long time, we operated a monopoly. Gosh, that's so beautiful. We operated a large monopoly around the country, dominating the entire space, defining what television should be in Nigeria. But further down the line, we got a lot of more private television stations. The space became a bit more competitive. Now, there are television stations everywhere, private, state-owned, they open by the day, and regulation, of course, becomes a now tougher challenge. So NTA was established in 1977 by an act. Our mandate, essentially, is to inform, to entertain, and to educate the totality of the Nigerian public. And we have done that for all these years. We have broadcast centers across the nation. We have zonal centers. We have state stations. And then we even have community stations in senatorial districts. So our network at this point is about 170 channels across the country. So there's no part of this country that we cannot reach. We still have the widest reach, regardless. We also have specialized channels, NTA Igbo, NTA Hausa, NTA Yoruba, and we have NTA Knowledge, we have NTA Entertainment, we have NTA Sports, because in fulfilling our mandate, there's no one can be left out. So we basically have to keep on reinventing ourselves so we can meet the very least Nigerian. And I mean, I'm proud to say that everything that we know about Nollywood and about the entertainment industry today, NTA was the birthing ground of all of the production structures that we know in Nigeria. Many of the superstars, the technical people, even the actors and all of that, everybody has an NTA story. Everybody passed through NTA at one point or the other. So we're very proud of that heritage. Showtime. When you click the clapper, when you put on the cameras, what is on the screen? What is important at that time? And for us, you know, viewer-generated content, we are doubling down on that, because as much as we are a government agency, you know, we have to listen to the viewers. We're not serving ourselves. We have to serve you, the people who are watching. So we always have to ask ourselves the question, what do the viewers want? The viewers are, or who are the viewers, first of all? Our viewers are multi-generational. Your mommies and daddies are watching NTA. They watch their 9 o'clock news. They want to, that's how they keep abreast. But then now, you know, you are having the millennials. Many of us watched NTA soap operas. We watched Tales by Moonlight. We watched Checkmate. We watched Behind the Clouds. These were all dramas that defined who we are as a people, that gave us a sense of the identity of what it means to be Nigerian. And NTA proudly set that agenda from the beginning. And you know, now I would say our audience is trans-generational. You have I love, when I imagine, you know, people watching NTA, I always think of a family, a household setting, where you probably have grandma, and you have mommy and daddy, and you have your older children, you have your younger children. We have something for everybody. And it's very diverse. You know, we have more liberals, we have all kinds of thinking. What you give somebody in Zamfara is not what you give somebody in Lagos, because they're conservatives, they're liberal-minded people, so we always have to be very careful. And what do people want to see? People want to see a representation of themselves on television. They want to see the world. They want to see compelling visuals. They want to hear their stories, stories that resonate. So it's a huge responsibility for us. Determine the impact a program is making. Inclusivity is very important. Determine the impact a program is making. Inclusivity is very important. I emphasize that our mandate is to the totality of the Nigerian public. Nobody can be left behind. So we always have to factor in every single person in designing our content. Viewers' responsiveness, are they responding? Is it engaging? Viewers' responsiveness, are they responding? Is it engaging them? That's when it changes behavior. So that is always a factor of us measuring the impact. That's always a factor of us measuring the impact that our content brings. So, few seconds. What do we want to see in the future? Where are we going with all of this? Initially, we started as a monopoly, but now everybody is a content creator. We see ourselves as enablers. We want to enable young creators to produce content that fulfills even our mandate and helps us to be better Nigerians. So now we want to incorporate young people into everything that we're doing.
Okay, thank you very much, Terry. It's good for you to refresh our memory. For some of us that are very young, about some of these classic NTA programs, Kokoro at Dawn, and you know, and so on. So moving on now, I want to call on one of our other panelists who has worked on research, quite focused on AI and partnerships. He was a speaker earlier, so I'm sure maybe we have new people, so I'll still say a few things about him. So Sharif Kazimi, who works on AI products and partnerships at the DECDI AI program. I'm happy to welcome you back on stage to share some of your perspectives, especially around using AI to combat famine. So Sharif, please let's give him a round of applause. That's a weak clap. Aha. Okay. Thank you. Shall we?
Thank you, Monsieur, for the warm introduction, and thank you all for the very warm second clap, I should say. Could we please have the presentation on? I'm sharing a screen on Zoom. Thank you so much. Awesome. Okay, wonderful. So thinking about how to take research to development impact, our work today in this session will present some of the research that we did on predicting food security using novel data sources and how we're now building on that to establish global digital public goods. So I'll start with, again, a little bit of background on our lab. So as I mentioned in our first session, we cover a number of different tracks, and we try and achieve a number of different targets and end results. So evidence synthesis, such as Impact AI, as we presented yesterday, societal mirroring, which I just spoke about, and today it's about food insecurity predictions. So particularly thinking about how can you leverage curated data, tailored LLMs, and novel sources such as radio mining and geospatial data to better predict food security shocks. So the challenge is that crisis preparedness is unfortunately very limited in a lot of fragile contexts, and this is only becoming more and more aggravated. With billions of people living in fragile settings and hundreds of millions facing acute hunger, there's a very large amount of money spent every year on aid and humanitarian support. But we know that these transfers work best if they're done in advance, in an anticipatory fashion. For that to be done well, you need really strong predictors. Unfortunately, existing warning tools are constrained by a number of different issues. So for instance, a lot of them are done through very laborious surveys. They're very expensive to run. They're delayed and they're incomplete. And I really want to focus on this part in particular. If the whole point of running these surveys and doing these analyses is to better predict, then time is of the essence, right? The sooner you can predict a famine is about to hit, the sooner you can put in certain policies like moving people or handing out cash transfers so that they're better prepared and more resilient for what's about to come, the better it is, the more lives are saved, and the more cost-effective your whole intervention is. So the more timely that our predictions are, the more impactful they can be. Exactly. I see a lot of nods. That's perfect. So how do we go about this? Well, a lot of existing food security systems use geospatial data. You know, they use satellites to see, okay, crops are looking a little bit dry. This is looking a little bit risky. Okay, weather's not been so great recently. Put all of this together and we can predict when food security shocks are about to hit. Well, we take this amazing system that's already been set up, and on top of it, we add another source of information, news. So what we've done in our pilot 2 years ago is we converted news data into very high frequency rapid risk indicators. So for instance, if there's more and more mentions of low rainfall in news or farmers having issues, our system is able to pick this up. And again, because temporality and timeliness is of the essence, news comes so fast that you're able to update it every day, maybe multiple times a day, and as a result, you're able to better predict when these outbreaks might be happening. And in our pilot, we were able to show that compared to just traditional methods of just using satellite information or weather patterns, for instance, we were able to predict 46% more food crisis outbreaks up to 12 months ahead. So that means faster predictions, more lives saved, and higher cost effectiveness as well. And again, I want to stick on this point of timeliness. So let me just take a couple of minutes on this slide. So on the left-hand slide, you see two lines. The line at the bottom refers to rainfall that took place during that period. Let's think of that as the traditional indicator that we would be tracking. And the one at the top is news mentions of weather conditions. So that's where our tool and pilot really comes in handy. And as you can see, the mentions of rainfall go up very quickly in relative to where actual rainfall is taking place. And what that means is we're able to match exactly the weather patterns that are taking place and have another indicator that supports the fact that there's a food security crisis is likely to break out. Same thing on the right-hand side. So The blue line at the top is basically how much vegetation is taking place in that local area in Sudan, South Sudan. And then the line at the bottom is, sorry, I got these mixed up. I got these mixed up. So the line at the bottom is the vegetation. I'm actually colorblind, so it's sometimes difficult to note these lines. The line at the bottom is the vegetation. You can see it takes a little while for indicators to pick up the fact that vegetation has been going down. But if you just look at the news mentioned way earlier that there were pests and diseases in the local community taking place, and that means that it was able to predict it much earlier. So if you used news, you were able to understand that there was this risk of famine outbreak happening, specifically because of the dangers to vegetation and local agriculture, much faster than if you just looked at the traditional methods of just tracking the vegetation itself or just looking at weather patterns. So, from research to impact, right? Well, how are we bringing this insight to policymakers? Using, this is fake data, we have been funded by Google.org to begin building a global digital public good, which at a very granular level allows us to leverage the methodology that we've set up with news to build food security prediction tools that allow you not just to be able to understand, okay, there's a food security shock likely to happen in this particular region, but what are the risks? And the risks are then tied to the news mentions specifically. So if there's been loads of mentions in news about low rainfall or damaged plants, then you know, well, the risk is actually to agricultural systems. And as a result, you're able to better match your policy interventions to the specific risks that have been identified, and from that have a greater impact, and not just work more rapidly and earlier, but deliver higher results as well. From here on out, what we're doing to maximize further impact from the initial research that we did is add radio mining and additional languages into our data sets.
Models which combine classroom learning with actual training with master craftsperson. The second big idea or the approach that has shown to work is how to strengthen firm engagement, offer incentives to firms, and link them to youth. And third, we've heard Reynolds talk about this a bit, and Victor, and we've heard about how important it is to have behavioral interventions that target attitudes, that target mindsets. So we need to, when we're thinking about these skills training programs, we need to be able to complement these technical skills training with really targeted soft skills and behavioral development. So moving on, just thing we know that is that we need to tailor these programs to local norms, and also incorporate what are some aspects or local knowledge that can be integrated into the curriculums as well as the delivery channels. We also know that from the evidence, foundational skills matter. So if, depending on what the target group is, we need to ensure that there are some foundational skills that are for low literacy or other types of youth who enter these programs. So the second big idea is a lot of times these skills training programs target youth. But they're a central piece to this jobs puzzle. And the last idea for this session I'll talk about is these complemented technical skills with soft skills. So when we're talking about soft skills, we're thinking about communication, teamwork, initiatives, perseverance, things that target both the mindset and as well as how you work with others. So evidence from a large portfolio of countries that interventions like Togo, Rwanda, Bangladesh, South Africa found that these types of programs have really positive effects on youth ability to be productive as well as to sustain earnings. So these type of programs not only have positive effects, but these are multiplied when soft skills are added to these technical skills training programs. And results from Colombia, Egypt show us the doubling of impacts when you're able to combine these technical training models with these soft skill modules. And because we are in this workshop I also wanted to touch upon this whole digital technology and AI and how it fits into the skills and jobs programs models. So what do we know? So we know that digital tools can expand access, but it's really important to focus on design, and it's important that design features are considered when thinking about these programs. So we have some positive examples in South Africa from the SkillsCraft program, which helps job seekers self-assess and signal skills to employers, and this was done in a really large scale. We also have other programs in Bangladesh which employed and improved employability through learning online tools. But we also found results from Ethiopia and some other places where it's important to also use hybrid modalities of delivering training, and also to, if you only have online models, sometimes you have entry, but completion of these training skills programs is less likely. So it's really important, and this is one area where we need more testing and trial and adopt, because even with AI, we found very large efficiencies of matching youth to skills. And this is just one area, but future work can inform how best to design such programs. So when we're thinking about scaling in this digital AI space, we need more learning and testing and adaptation. So I see that I'm out of time, so I'll stop here, and we'll follow up with more suggestions for scaling during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Okay. So being conscious of time, I have two more speakers, but I will just go ahead and introduce them together, and then they can just, come on as soon as the other is done. So we'll keep it quite brief and concise. So our next speaker is Oluwaseyi Ishola, whom you may have met here earlier. She's a research consultant at the World Bank Development Impact Department and Gender Group. Oluwaseyi has worked on research and development in this sense. She's completing a PhD in geography and environment. Oluwaseyi, please come up. And after her, we have the last speaker, who is Mr. Nasiruddin Shurem Abdul Muminu. He's the founder of the Juno Studios and Space Studios. He's a media entrepreneur, investor, and communication strategist who has done a lot of work in the podcast space and also a media studio. He's also a technical assistant on media to the special advisor to the Nigerian president on health. Mr. Shurem, you're welcome. So you will come up just immediately after her, and then we'll get to the panel after that. Please come on.
Good morning, everyone. I think I've seen everyone's faces over the past couple of hours and day. I'm really excited to be here, especially to be back home and to be able to be surrounded by so many creative, innovative people and talking about how storytelling does shape how the world sees itself. Today I'll be talking specifically about how we mainstream gender in development programs, in thinking about integrating gender into large operations using evidence-based frameworks and institutional incentives. So when we talk about mainstreaming in gender in development, I think we're slowly starting to move away from the concept of adding women components to a product, because as we think about it and as we go think about it more, it's more about using every lever that we have. So the policy, the technology, financing, and yes, media, as we've heard over the past couple of presentations, to make equity the default and not an exception. This understanding is at the heart of the work that we do at the World Bank with the gender strategy that launched last year, 2024 to 2030, which sets big ambitious goals and targets to expand women's access to digital tools, financing, and social protection, and ensuring that these gains reach scale. So because we know that gender equality isn't just like a social imperative, but an actual economic multiplier, the IMF does estimates that closing gender gaps in labor force participation could raise GDP in sub-Saharan Africa by up to 35%. And I would say, in my opinion, that that is not a small boost. That is actually a development accelerator. So evidence is our starting point. I think we've talked a lot here today, and we've heard a lot of people talk about the data. And I think it is an important and a great tool. It tells us where to focus, what works, and what to scale. We've seen it, from our work, we've seen examples in studies like in Kenya and in Nigeria, where entertainment is used strategically through television, radio, or digital storytelling, that it can shift gender norms faster than just policy alone. We've also done an evaluation of entertainment campaigns, and we found that there are measurable increases in women's self-efficacy, aspirations, and support for equitable norms, and that result actually lasted months after exposure. Evidence like this actually gives institutions the confidence to act, and it moves us from this inspirational space to an implementation space. So from what sort of feels right to actually what works. And that's why in a lot of our programs, in our operations, we try to integrate gender analytics into design, from digital inclusion programs to entrepreneurship programs, so that the evidence actually drives the decision-making process and not just in hindsight. But I would say that evidence is not enough. That's not all that's required for adaptation. Scaling also requires adaptation. And we've seen that pilots that succeed on paper are sometimes they do succeed on paper, and sometimes they do not scale to land, and they fade into the oblivion. So the real challenge is sort of embedding innovation into systems that can actually sustain it. Data and research has shown that gender programs with institutional ownership, so housed in ministries, budgets, or corporate strategies, are 3 times more likely to scale. And scaling also means learning from context. In Nigeria, some of our research has shown that women that were given mobile phones, the participation only improved when paired with digital skills training and community support. So technology alone wasn't what actually narrowed that gap. It was actually social design that also helped to catalyze that impact. And similarly, in my PhD research on climate resilience in northern Nigeria, I found that the strongest adaptation strategies were not technological focus only, but also relational. So built on trust networks, shared decision-making, and inclusive institutions. So what's the lesson here? It's that scaling inclusion takes both innovation and empathy. We have to design for like actual real lives and not what the ideal conditions are. But none of this happens in isolation. Gender mainstreaming can only succeed when there's partnerships. So governments, development institutions, private sector, when we co-own the change process. Initiatives like the World Bank's Learning to Empower Adolescent Girls at Scale Spotlight Initiative and the work that the Gender Innovation Labs do are really great examples of this. They are able to connect researchers, policymakers, creative partners to translate the insights into actual real-world action. And this creative sector also plays a very big role. When storytellers, digital platforms, content creators are able to partner with policymakers, they help to scale not just the message, but also our mindsets. And we've had examples over multiple presentations that show that even when we include gender into the storytelling process, into mini-series, we are able to reach millions of viewers, and that sparks national conversations about not just women in technology, women in entrepreneurship, women in jobs, and all these other industries. So as we scale, we have to keep asking who benefits and who might be left out. So if we do not design intentionally, programs can risk reinforcing the gaps that they actually set out to close. For women and youth, especially in the creative and digital industries, that means expanding access to affordable digital tools and connectivity, investing in digital literacy and creative skills, protecting women and girls from online harassment and ensuring safe participation, and designing media content that reflects diverse reality, so it's not just a single narrative. And lastly, engaging men and boys as allies is very, very key and very instrumental to shifting norms and making change actually be sustainable. These numbers show how we can design with very inclusive effort. So what does it take generally to wrap up to mainstream gender and development programs? It takes evidence that accelerates that decision making, the institutions that reward inclusions, and the partnerships that actually make that scale possible. Media and creative industries are our key allies in this journey because they shape not just how people live, but how they imagine who they can be. When data design and systems reward equity, gender equality moves from the margins of projects to actual center of policy. And as we've seen from local cooperatives to national initiatives, when women and youth are able to fully participate, resilience deepens, innovation accelerates, and society thrives. I'm going to end it there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I was worried that I don't have key points, a PowerPoint, but after she gave her words, I was so excited that I'm not the only one. So thank you so much. A few years ago, I interviewed a woman called Dr. Selma. And when I interviewed her, I asked her a question. And I said that so many women in northern Nigeria are dying from childbirth complications. And she began to tell me the reasons why this happened. And as a studio, what we did immediately was we went to these cities, asked them questions, and we got to realize that it's not about the lack of healthcare in their community, but it was more about the mindset of the people. And religion plays a major role in the mindset of these particular people. And we realized that we were a woman that passed away simply because she was pregnant and she was waiting for her husband to give her permission to leave the house, thinking that it was a religious context, thinking that it was a noble thing to do. When we came back after this research, we realized that we needed to do something that would be able to help the community at large. And what was the first thing we did? We began to look at these scholars. Who among them do these people listen to the most? And when we got this particular scholar, we gave him a topic in Hausa. It's called Hakoki Mata, the right of women. Now, he began to talk about it in 1 minute, 30 seconds, and we took those particular clips and put them on radio stations, and these women begin to hear all this stuff, and before you know it, these women from northern community put money together to even buy an ambulance for themselves. Hence, my topic for today is perfecting messaging when trying to help or bring social change in any community. Now, we also realize that change agents who come to Nigeria and want to change so many things and help, in fact, especially in northern Nigeria, when you say, child spacing or family planning, when you say family planning in northern Nigeria, it's kicked against properly. Why? Because of the lack of understanding of the particular word. And also, when you talk about child spacing, then we accept. So messaging is very important when it comes to trying to change the mindset of the people. Sometimes we come and we bring a translator who comes to translate. The translator does not understand the religious context of what the local person understands. So when you tell him something particular, he totally misunderstands it and tell the particular scholar, this is what you mean. So what we try to do is trying to perfect the messaging so that it's easy.
More, please feel free to sit down. All right, thank you very much. So I had a set of questions earlier, but listening to the presentations, I may not ask those questions again because I think I got a bit more insight. And so one of the things which is part of the context of this session is, as we've said, how do we scale some of these innovative, creative interventions that we've spoken about? I think in this room, we don't really need to convince anyone that we have a lot of innovative ideas that have been tried, that have been tested, and we've collated a whole lot of data that has shown that some of these things are working well. But how do we reach scale is the big question. I want to start with Tari, being someone from a public institution such as the Nigerian Television Authority, whom have piloted several social interventions in the form of TV programs and all of that. In your view, what do you think we need to do to ensure that we scale up some of these interventions, but then also sustain them? You spoke about Kokoro at Dawn or Behind the Clouds or some of the programs NTA has done for a significant number of years. But looking at where we are now, the media landscape, the social landscape, social media and all of that, what do we need to do to ensure that some of these interventions that are innovative, that are trying to capture the mind for positive purposes, get to scale?
Yes, thank you. Well, a few things come to mind. I think we need to simplify things, first of all. When you are talking to a large majority of people, such as Nigeria is, we're talking over 200 million people, where 75% of that are people under 25, under 30, essentially. So how do you bring them in? Because, I said it during my presentation that a lot of change and mindset shifts that we want to create through programs, through content, we can't do it all on our own. We are policy shapers, essentially. That is what the mandate we have been given. But the people on the ground, the people in the communities, the people in the schools, in the marketplaces, on social media, they are the ones who are able to distill those policies into tangible content forms that you can consume and can actually have an impact on people's minds. Because when we are dealing with public mindset, it's a very delicate thing. We wonder how ways of thinking come into play and just expand to such a way that entire communities of people think the same way and certain behaviors are prevalent among them. So the question is, how do we shift this mindset? How do we distill the intention to shift this mindset in such a way that people now begin to do it for themselves? I spoke about viewer-generated content. I also, these days, we're shifting more towards, user-generated content in every way that we can think of it. We are the giant public institution, and we may think we know, the nuances or the narratives that people want to hear, but we can't know it better than that young person on social media who their only tool for social change is their phone. And they know the experiences they have. They are creative enough to compile those experiences into a media format that their peers would listen to and would look to. So which is why people here probably know about Tales by Moonlight, right? That is one of our legacy formats at NTA. 6:30 p.m. on Sundays, Nigerians would gather, families would gather and watch Tales by Moonlight. These were just simple stories that had a moral lesson, but people took those stories, and many of us remember them till now. We want to reinvent Tales by Moonlight. And we have said, you know what, we're not going to sit here in our production studios or in our drama fields and say, let us do this on our own. No, let young Nigerians tell these stories. Let us just provide that enabling structure where we empower them, and then they can tell those stories in their own language, in their own visuals, that would actually shift the mindset of people. Because I'm sure that we all agree on many levels that Nigeria, Africa, indeed, we are in dire need of a lot of shifting mindsets. And what better way to do that than content, which is already an acceptable form of telling stories? Yes.
Yeah. Wow. I think taking people down memory lane is quite exciting. I can see the excitement with Tales by Moonlight and some of those things. Thank you for that. Now, let me go to Sherif. You spoke about a very innovative program which you have piloted, but I remember many, many years ago I attended a workshop which was trying to see how do we move from research to policy. So it's been a problem for a very long time in terms of, as I mentioned in the framing, you have all these innovative programs, but getting to scale, especially to the public sector. So one of the things that I see recurrently becomes a challenge is getting programs or innovations to be adopted, especially from the public sector perspectives by governments and all of that, especially in a country like Nigeria, where you have a very large federal system, federal government, state government. So I wanted to get your view in terms of what you think is necessary to be able to get some of the sort of innovations like what you've presented to be adopted, say, by government. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Does that work? Can I just speak like this?
No, I think we have
It's on now? Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for the great question. I can speak to it in maybe two parts. So the first part is probably what maybe researchers can do a little bit better on, and the second part is thinking about what we can work more closely on with policymakers and public sector organizations. So when it comes to taking really cool and nifty pilots that may have won awards at various conferences, taking those articles and then making them into something tangible, I think the key aspect there is understanding the impact evaluation side of things, making the case for cost effectiveness. Okay, so your food security prediction tool is X% more accurate or is able to predict things up to 12 months in advance. What does this mean in real terms? How much money is saved? How many lives are saved by this intervention? And what comparisons can we make there? And I think from that, it becomes a much more accessible language that researchers can adopt. But beyond that implementation aspect that researchers can support on and improving the language, I think a lot of this becomes how can tools to adopt in public sector organizations? What are ways in which people's workflows are currently run? Can you quickly implement those tools directly within those workflows so that people don't have to, upskill in a whole new tool and then go through this whole very high friction process in order to adopt the technology? Or is the tool so promising based on that first piece, what the researchers have shown the impact to be, that maybe you need to redesign some of those processes around the tool, right? The economic history of general purpose technologies like internet and electricity shows that the highest productivity gains only came after systems were redesigned around the technology. And this may not be the case for every single piece of nifty AI tool that comes out. But for a lot of this, we might have to think a little bit about institutional processes and embedding the AI tools much more directly, where public sector expertise and policymakers would be much more helpful. And so I think researchers can make a better case into real-world effectiveness and impact, but really it's about making sure how the product is adopted and utilized within public sector organizations, and for that you need a lot of specialist knowledge within those bureaucracies. Hope that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it is, which also got me thinking around really matching some of the research we do and these pilots to respond to, what, if I give an example, like in the public sector, say a minister or someone in a decision making, how are we like connecting whatever we're innovating to make sure that it's responding to what they need to solve a particular program. So thanks for that. Which is the next question, going to Noshin. So you spoke about the labor market, you spoke about some of those interventions. So I'll be keen to know, as a lead-on to the last submission, what you've learned about scaling skills for job programs so that they respond to market sector demand. I think this would help us in terms of aligning what is coming out to what is really needed to move forward, because that may be a missing link, maybe, I don't know, to be able to help us really convince those that need to make the decisions that these innovative stuff we're coming up with can be scaled to really help solve a problem. So if you can talk just briefly on that.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So I think it's really important when we're thinking about scaling, not just to have the focus on what are the design features that make programs work well, but when it comes to the skills and jobs program, what are some key implementation lessons and the enabling conditions that can help scale up these systems? So one is to adapt or embed these skills training programs into national systems. So a lot of the programs I mentioned, like focus on working with the national technical institutes, the national agencies for TVETs, other kinds of administrative or institutional structures that can actually take these lessons and implement them, and we can move away from these pilot programs into national lessons. The second thing, also to make programs more address the labor market needs, is to really think about targeting. So a lot of times programs, depending on who the target group is, works better or worse. And so a lot of times we have these impact evaluations that have general lessons, but we need to also look at the heterogeneous results and really think about targeting what if, like in terms of the gender needs, the other vulnerable population needs, and really make sure that the programs are respectful and can incorporate these groups into the programs. The third thing I would say is to really have robust data systems and monitoring systems, including MIS systems, where it's really useful to have so that there can be adaptive delivery, so you can track in real time how the program's doing and then make adjustments as necessary, and also helps to track the cost effectiveness piece that Sharif mentioned that is really important. And the last point I'll say is what I mentioned in the presentation as well, with working with firms and linking to what is the demand that they need. A lot of times with these national institutes or other types of things, we have these course curriculums, but you know that we're in a dynamic labor market that's changing, so it's really important to also co-design these course curriculums with firms so that they're more responsive to their needs.
Thank you very much. I'm being told we're running short of time, so I'll come to you two quite quickly so that we can round up. Let me start with Madam Shorem. So you run a podcast, which I'm sure you're doing privately on your own, and I've watched a few of your interviews online. And so the question to you is, looking at this topic about reaching scale, yes, you have an audience, you get the fit presenters to come to your program to talk about issues that are relevant to society. How do you see, because I know to sustain this sort of intervention, sometimes you need funding. So I want you to share a bit around your perspectives of what are those key things that are relevant for you to be able to sustain such kind of programs and reach scale, being mindful of funding. Where would you look for funds? How do you convince, be it from the public sector or private sector, to be able to mobilize resources towards expanding on what you're doing to reach even more people at scale? So if you can share a bit of your experience in that or perspectives.
All right, thank you so much. All right, lack of understanding of a religious text whereby a woman should go out with the permission of her husband. However, if she is sick and can't go out with the permission of her husband, what can she do? When we realized the problem, at that particular time, we didn't begin to look for fun to say, okay, what can we do and the likes of it. We looked at what is the strategy that we can use, the simplest strategy we can use with what we have to make the content go as viral as possible. So immediately what we did was we got a very popular scholar that these people listen to, and this scholar came and would say, see, women are dying all around, and we want to talk about the right of women. And he said, okay, no problem. He's going to address that. And we asked him a direct question, not to waste too much time on that. We went into media without training, but right now is where we're going to be. We're going to universities, trying to get masters in media ethics and social channel service. So masters in media ethics and social channel service. So empowering them with education first is even more important than giving them the money. Why? Because sometimes you give someone who is not empowered with education first the money, and before you know it, he uses it for his personal inclination because he does not have a proper and deeper understanding of exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
Thank you. He's doing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very good insight. Being mindful of time, I know. Let me take the last point from Oluwaseyi. Anyway, we'll try to round up. we'll try to round up quickly. So listen, I think based on off of what he's saying and based on the experience I've had working on social interventions for close to 2 decades, it's simply what I realize is when you talk about issues, social issues like gender, and stuff like this, but especially from a communication or entertainment education perspectives, if you need to design behavior change programs and all of this kind of things for this sort of social issues, it takes a lot of convincing. I remember if you take the Agile program, which is one of the key World Bank interventions, it's a $1.2 billion girls' education program, perhaps the largest globally. I know what it took for the tax team at that time to be able to secure some bit of funds to do social norms communication campaigns that will lead to demand generation and all of that. Simply because it's more difficult to convince for funding when it comes to this sort of entertainment, education, gender stuff that are not like immediate tangibles. By immediate tangibles, I mean they're not physical school structure, or you build road, or you build a hospital. Even for the public official, those are things they can immediately show to say, oh, we're doing something. This sort of things take a lot of time to be able to really manifest for you to see the impact. So with that context, I was wondering what your thought is on how do we make the case for social interventions like gender mainstreaming and some of these things. What do we need to say or do to convince? It's a tough one, I know. Maybe Victor has cracked it. But let me just get your take on how can we make such a case, being mindful of this context?
It is a hard question,
yeah.
And as someone who's been studying gender and the intersection of like many social issues like climate change and jobs and others, it's a really hard one. Yeah. I mean, we've talked about a lot of like evidence and building data, evidence, and we have to continue the work in that because that's the tangible things that we can see and share and show. We embed it in terms of even creating the content. I think you embed a lot of the social norm story into the bigger story. It's not going to exist in isolation. It's going to have to be embedded in a lot of the work that we already do. That's the way that we can get the results faster, that then we can show, and we can build the partnerships that are necessary for the funds. I think one thing that, being at the gender group, I've really got to see is what the key and the power of partnerships. The power of partnerships in different, we partner with the social protection team, we partner with the climate team, so we're embedding the theme of gender into everything. Yeah. So rather than a standalone concept where it's hard to find the tangible results, we start to embed them into the programs, and I'm sure you know the gender tagging process, and ensuring that these programs are required gender perspective, that gender perspective does exist within them. And in that way, we can get as much result as we can, as fast as we can, and hopefully go out and beg for the money.
Absolutely, fantastic way to wrap it up in terms of really how we package the data we're getting from this research and how we do outreach, sustained, to be able to get this out. But I think the packaging itself is very important because I remember when I did work on gender equality social norms campaigns, we were saying that we're selling new positive norms on gender equality the way you would sell Coca-Cola. So I think we need to be mindful of that. So one word, just one word of from each of you in terms of what do we need to do.
So what we're going to do now is we'll give you another 10 minutes for questions.
Ah, fantastic.
Comments. Yes.
Oh, that's a relief. I think you guys were so brilliant that people want to ask questions. So maybe we take 1, 2 questions before I come back to you for your closing shots. Anybody has a question or comment? Okay, Victor. Let me just
Thank you. This is for Terry of NTA. In the next session, you will see a lot of the research we're doing in content analysis. And I wanted to ask you what type of marketing research NTA does to understand its audiences, the trends of the taste of its audiences, and how that marketing research is informing future programming. Thank you.
Okay, let's take another question. Let's take it, and then we'll come to you, Terry, so that
Okay,
make it.
thanks so much to all the panelists. You've tried that very well. I also did a research on gender inequality issues in Africa, and I narrowed it down to northern Nigeria. And while doing that, I discovered that most of the problems we as women are facing from that part of the world is because of the gatekeeping functions of the men to the life of the women. And so I will request that most of the talk we need to be doing now is how to trash that gatekeeping function, because the men are like gate men. They are the security guard to the women. How do we trash that? We can discuss that in smaller groups, bigger groups, because at the end of it, there will be a change for good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One more, if any, and then.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
I have the mic already.
You and
so.
then you, and then we'll have to run. So
Okay.
please go ahead.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you to the panelists. I'm sorry, I stepped out, so I didn't get his name. The gentleman in black.
Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Shwarem.
Yes. Having also worked on several, social norms communication campaigns, I know that, audiences are sort of segmented into, the choir, who is for you, table, and who, when you, give superior arguments, they're willing to see things from your perspective. There are people who are on the fence, and then there are also those who are strong opposition. So I think that I'm very interested in knowing how you dealt with opposition, because...
Right, so last one, somewhere there, right? Okay, sorry, we'll just take that because of time. Just one more, yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much to all the panelists and your brilliant presentations. I would like to just contribute to what Malam Sharif, if I got it correctly, Sharif said earlier. Sharif, pardon me, pardon. So basically, to wrap this up as concisely as possible, it was a system that leveraged the relevance of each stakeholder. The broadcast organization increased viewership and popularity. The business service providers increased viewership and popularity. The business service providers who were providing best information practices for agriculture to the end user, the farmers.
Okay.
And the telecoms were all winners in the sense that they all benefited mutually from the system.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to thank you for that. So let's come back to the panel so that we can quickly round up. Let's start with Terry. There was a question on audience research from Victor. Victor.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you for that. So our audience research is very personal and direct, because what we do is that we personal and direct, because what we do is that we engage our viewers. We take a database of our viewers when they give feedback, when they do call-ins, when they contact us to tell us what we are doing right or what we are not doing right. So we have a database, and we actually make phone calls directly to our viewers to say, what do you want to see more of? Where are we falling short? And they give very, very insightful, very honest feedback to us. We also approach it from a community group, because sometimes I have communities, people say, me and my women's group are watching this program right now. This thing you people did, why did you say that? Sometimes we get feedback from Muslim groups who are saying, oh, we don't feel the Islamic perspective was being represented in this content you did, or even Christian groups as well. So it's very diverse, and we focus on communities and we would engage them better, sort of like focus groups, to say, okay, how can we do better? What sort of diversity do you want to see more in everything that we present? And of course, social media. it's such a weird and open space for convenient feedback. We have I-Head programs, but we have a marketing directorate. And from time to time, they also engage consultants who go and do the very detailed insights that they get and do the studies and all that to come back and tell us who is watching, where we have higher visibility, where we have higher impact and all of that. But we try to be very, very feedback-oriented in what we do, because like I said, we're not serving ourselves. And the way that our employers, who the federal government and the Nigerian people rate us, is as to the level of impact. How are we changing behavior within the Nigerian space? So.
Thank you very much.
Very important. So I think there's a misunderstanding of how the sort of things in the North operate. Now, these women are at home. The men go to the mosques. And mostly what is being said to them in the mosque, they are being given good advices and the likes of it. However, some of the advices are not given to them at that particular point. So what did we do recently? We go and we make our research on things that are relevantly timely. And we go and we sit with the scholars. When we sit with the scholar, we say, okay, fine, this is what is happening in this area. This is what this man is doing. A man slapped his wife yesterday. A man asked his wife not to go out because, she didn't do A, B, C, and D. Or a man doesn't want his daughter to get education, even though she needs education. Now, what this scholar does is that he goes back to the mosques, because if I come and speak about it, I would not, no one is going to listen to me, right? So we made this particular scholar who is very popular from that particular sect of people, and he comes and he talks about it in the mosque and say, hey, the Prophet ﷺ said that the best of you is he who is best to his wives, and I am best to my wife. So now this man now says, oh, that is what they say, I have to be best to my wife as well. So he goes back home, and begins to implement that. So, one of the things to make men not to be gatekeepers is orienting I don't speak very good English, I don't know what they call the word, is educating the scholars on issues that are happening. And I'll give you another example. In northern Nigeria and in Islam, child spacing is allowed. Child spacing is allowed. Child's planning, it's going to be said that it's not allowed. Why? Because of how it came. Did you understand? So now when I come to this scholar and say, oh, she meant child spacing, because in Arabic it's called al-azl, which means to space the children, right? And, oh, this is what he actually means by when he says that. And you're like, oh, I thought they want me to kill my kids and not give birth again, and the likes of it, right? So I think the messaging is very important, and the context is very important. And we recently also realized that when you go to a particular state, and this scholar speaks pure Hausa, you bring someone that understands English and Hausa, and you don't tell him, oh, we want, and then the man tells the Hausa man, let me translate again in English, we want to give women so much power, and likes of it. So everything is lost in between translation and everything. Yeah. And because of lack of proper understanding, it becomes a big problem.
Yeah, thank you.
And the last question about...
1 minute.
1 minute. I think for you to do things you've never done before, you have to become someone you've never been before. So for you to do social change, for you to help people with sincerity of purpose, you have to be willing to take in the lash. And there's no two ways about it. The lash is going to come, opposition is going to come. But also when this opposition come, understand, is it coming from a place of sincerity or from a place of is it constructive criticism or not? If it's constructive, then you make them understand, because if it's constructive, they understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
If it's not constructive, then leave them where they are and pray for them.
Yeah, fantastic
Thank you.
panel, fantastic panel. A round of applause. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, they're here. If you have follow-up questions, you can meet them over lunch. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Thank you so much. A fantastic panel. Please remain on stage for your picture, Fife and Victor. And you'd agree that they did justice to this session. Yeah, so thank you once more. And we see that context messaging matters, right? In whatever we do, and they've shown us what to do, research to action, and how they're working in the field. Thank you very much. So, can we give them a round of applause as they come down? Thank you, Mansur, for moderating that panel. And we look forward to Tales by Moonlight. So before the last speaker, when he was speaking, I remembered there was something about context. We had gone to Ghana, and the Ghanaian greeting is Akwaba. And then the Hausa women, they were like, Ankwaba me. So they were wondering. So it's like, what did you model up? So they were lost in translation. And so that's key, right? Our messaging. So have you ever wondered, when you're scrolling through social media, like I do sometimes at night when you cannot sleep, and you find out that the content you get is tailored to your mood? How many people have seen that, right? To your mood. Or you talked about something, perhaps a bag with your friend, and then the next thing you start scrolling, you start seeing content, bags, right? Or shoes, or even music, and then you find out that there's something, your algorithm is working. Your algorithm is really working. So today, we're going to, the next session is going to be a TED-style presentation, and we're going to see how AI for entertainment media works in advancing impact and research. So our next speaker for 10 minutes is going to be Sharat Guntuku. He comes up again. Welcome, Sharat. We've introduced him, so we would not take his time and would allow him to come back up. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Is your mic on?
Is this on? Yep. Thank you. It's always fun to be speaking twice, and especially when the second time, who talk to each other and something other than about a man, right? So it seems very simple test, but however, without naming names, just because a piece of content actually follows this rule, it doesn't necessarily mean that elevating voices of women are actually being portrayed on screen, right? And then, spoiler alert, less than half of the piece of content actually even passed this rudimentary test, right? So we are trying to move beyond these checklists. So we want to measure how women are being portrayed and what are they allowed to say on screen, right? So which behaviors are being depicted as socially praisable or acceptable or approved, and what is being shamed. I mean, we've seen this, that stories teach us what is admirable, what is unacceptable. I mean, and for instance, in a scene in Nollywood, if an actress on screen is told, a good wife stays silent, that is basically reinforcing a norm, right? And media, as we've heard yesterday, not only mirrors these norms, but it actually has the power to shape them and mold them, I mean, we've heard from a lot of powerful speakers yesterday, Umi, Hajara, Thomas, Wame, Ojoma, and even Victor, who've sort of shared different stories of how media has this power to mold norms. So think about the reach of, for instance, Nollywood or Kannywood, right? Every story on screen is a potential micro policy. So we're trying to study this at scale. So, and for this, we're building the largest data set of human storytelling, be it film, series, YouTube, user-generated content, and even social media. And we've so far collected data from about 22 plus countries. We have about 250,000 pieces of content, mostly mainstream films. And these are spread across 25 different languages. And we're also looking at social media, specifically in Neraland in Nigeria, and YouTube and Reddit and Twitter and so on. Right, so this is a project that's a collaboration between USC, the Norman Lear Center, the World Bank, and folks at Penn. And we are trying, this is basically an interdisciplinary effort. We just started. So the challenge with LLMs or AI, as some of the folks spoke before me, is a lot of it is very Western-centric, right? So if you ask AI to detect norms, it might not do a good job. But if you ask AI to detect where somebody is being shamed or where somebody is being praised, it can do a reasonably good job. The idea is social emotions like shame and pride, they're more universal, and you don't really have to infer into them. So potentially AI does not need as much training to look into that, right? So we're basically trying to identify the reasons for shaming and pride, and we're basically using the large media data sets that we have available. So let me give you an example. This is a Turkish drama. And the reason I chose a Turkish drama will be clear in a moment. So this is an example where a daughter commits a mistake and then tries to seek forgiveness from her parents. The mother forgives her easily, but the father is very, very strict and basically says that you've basically given a black mark on my honor, and I would have been the first person to drive you away from home, right? So we're basically trying to detect instances of such behaviors in movies, and we're using a combination of modalities: what's on screen, what is being said, what is being in the subtitles themselves. So we're trying to use these multiple modes of information to make these inferences. So we basically collect all this data, try and identify all the mentions of shame and pride, and then we try and don't interpret them ourselves, because I'm a computer scientist, I don't know what social norms mean. So we try and work with cultural psychologists who can then interpret the why. Right? So is this family duty that is coming into play? Is this independence or lack of obedience that is being portrayed that is not working well? So we're trying to clustering them to understand the themes. So what does the data tell us? These are graphs from maybe 48 to 72 hours ago. So this is very much a work in progress, so bear with me. So we see that shaming is prevalent across all countries. But for Turkey, it's almost 4 times more, right? So that's the reason I sort of gave that as an example. And then we can also break it down by who is feeling shame, right? Is it the men or is it women? And then you sort of see that irrespective of what country it is, women are scripted to feel more shame. This is almost unilaterally similar across multiple countries. And then we also tried and measured the relative distribution of feelings of pride, and then we looked at how they compare against different countries, right? So, and then we find that in Turkey and India, media has a lot more shame than pride, and that is the case for both men and women. And specifically in Nigeria and Russia, we're finding that women feel more shame on screen compared to men. I mean, that's also the case with India. And then we identified about 32,000 reasons for why somebody is shamed. And then we tried and clustered them into different themes using machine learning techniques. That way, it's easier to read. 32,000 reasons are really hard to read. And we basically clustered them into, okay, that might be really hard to read, 7 big buckets. Again, these are not fully validated, so it's still a work in progress. But we're basically looking at things like family and ancestral shame, right? Or self-disappointment, lack of self-efficacy. Shaming due to relationships, or shaming due to body-related shaming, you know, and then things around embarrassment or ridicule or social judgment. And then we've tried to see how different countries compare on these different categories. For instance, we find that Japan has the highest family and ancestral shame, and followed by other countries. And then with respect to relationship shaming, media from Nigeria sort of has a lot more in this category. I don't know the why from you, why this might be the case, right? Or if there are anecdotal instances of why this might be the case. And then with respect to body-related shaming, right, we know that norms change over time. So we are able to sort of pick up on how these things change over time. For instance, we see that shaming women is dropping rapidly in Nigeria, right? That likely has a lot to do with digital creators sort of reversing trends and celebrating autonomy, emotional openness, and gender balance. And then you also see a similar trend in the United States and India, but not to the same degree. Right, so this project is basically geared towards identifying those tipping points, right? So where norms begin to change. And we basically want to establish baselines of norm portrayals across different cultures in media across different countries. And then we want to design market incentives to enable funders and studios to invest in positive, empowering portrayals. So just to put the scale of what's feasible with AI in perspective. Actually, I tried to get this number from multiple folks yesterday, and I've sort of landed on 10,000, but I don't know if that is true, so Terry, please correct me. So it looks like if, let's say Nigeria produced about 10,000 movies in the last decade, right? If you were to watch each movie and annotate each movie for the different social represented and to identify different scenes where people are being shamed and so on, it would take about 2.5 years, right? Whereas if you have a well-trained AI model to do this, it is basically one long night, right? The big caveat is models to be aligned to target cultures and languages. We can't just pick up an off-the-shelf model and then run them. As colleagues before me talked. And how does cost compare, right? So for instance, if you were to do this human annotation, it would cost about $450,000 across different. Whereas with LLMs, it's almost 375 times cheaper. So very quick and very cost effective. So what's next? So this is a work in progress with results as early as last week. So thanks for bearing with me. And we only focused on one side of the coin in this talk, right? Just shaming. But there's what are people taking pride in? Want to actually collaborate with broadcasters and creators, especially stations like NTA, Arriva 24. We could see what kinds of content are being well received, and we could potentially offer insights from an entirely data perspective on future content development, right? So it's more like an AI creative assistant that uses the data that creators provide them out, and then sort of suggests their future projects, be it in script reframing or content selection. Again, the idea is for creators and broadcasters to have the agency. We do not want AI to be telling creators what to do. I mean, that's just a useless errand, right? We want creators and broadcasters to be able to tell powerful personal stories. And if AI is able to help, why not? So that's the project, and that's the interdisciplinary team. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions later on, and happy to chat more.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, okay. My voice is typically very baritone on a regular day. People often wonder if I needed microphones. Uche, would you help me? I have 10 minutes. I'm going to spend 4 minutes, 30 seconds to play 3 videos and use the remaining 5 minutes, 30 seconds to quickly speak with you. AI teaches us to be that accurate and right on time. Uche, please, thank you.
change my future. I can change my future. My name is Arasa Dengi. My father is a welder and my mother sells akara. So I have no choice but to hustle and actually make it.
See, if we enter this school here, our food don't be that though.
Oh my god, did she just say the meat Mrs. Ang?
Yes.
Check your spam.
You got it.
Is it compulsory to have a laptop?
No go to the school again. Sarah! This man will die. What I do good? What I do good? Yeah, he can give you to me, Sarah!
You are all here in an experimental learning environment. And I want to say welcome to Make Nation. Thousands of applications are coming every year.
I know it's a long shot, but there's nothing you can't do if you are ready to put in the work.
You have ideas that can change the world. You show me that you say you could do it.
So let's even say we want to do this thing now. How are we going to pay?
The only thing we're asking of you is relax and enjoy your presentation. We're ready when you are.
My name is Arasa Dengi. I'm 17 years old and I am the first of 4 children.
Leave this room. Leave the guests to sleep.
My father is a welder and my mother sells akara.
Akara.
And I believe that with education and innovation, we can create opportunities.
artificial intelligence. It is projected to be one of the fastest growing industries in the next decade.
Make I get one daughter wey be like that your daughter. Make you no fit help me dey sell market. You know dey shame.
I swear to God, you find like 10 babes.
Don't get me wrong, see. It's just that people who want to change the world are usually those who are crazy enough to do so. If you want to shake the world, how about you shake your life first?
It's not going to be easy. Get ready, because your lives are about to change.
Yara! You never be the picking when I know. Sarah, you don't change, Joe.
I won't make we take care of the boys, so they go take care of the family.
The kids who come, we will not get paid to go school.
It is really sad that the world is missing out on our potential.
Woman place! Two of you must know! Woman place is kitchen!
Thank you very much for making the time to watch. It so happens that it's time that I get to watch this teaser and the trailer. I'm teary each time. And I know it's because it's the reality of many of the women in our country, especially the women of the North. My name is Toyosi Akerele Ogushiji. I'm Yoruba from southwest Nigeria. I come from Isala Eko, but I had the privilege of going to school in northern Nigeria at the University of Jos, where I studied law. My PhD is also in artificial intelligence from the Nigerian Defense Academy. So call me a northerner if you like. You'll wonder why did I make this film? And before this film, I'd never made a film in my life. I'm a first-time filmmaker. I believe that I would make a number of other films. It took 3 years and millions of dollars to make this film. Well, hundreds of thousands of dollars to make this film. And it's a labor of love, because Nigeria deserves its own stories. Africa, we deserve our own stories. I personally believe that artificial intelligence for good is not just a slogan. I believe personally that Africa would only be able to leapfrog and enjoy the development that the world hopes for us and that we hope for ourselves if we build our own artificial intelligence platforms based on our own languages, cultures, and priorities. Now, I was in a conversation 2 years ago with Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI and ChatGPT, at the US consulate in Lagos on his visit to Nigeria, and he said that the highest number of ChatGPT users in the world are from Nigeria. To know that one of the things that prompted me to make this film is that our young people actually believe that AI is limited to just ChatGPT and their editing of their videos on TikTok and Instagram. Now, of all the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence has the most transformative potential. And for a country like Nigeria, huge population, 4 things that make a nation powerful: population, education, security, and economy. Nigeria has just 1 of 4, which is population. Now, for a country where, again, our median age falls just some, you would hope that our young people would be focused. You would hope that our curriculum would prepare our young people for the jobs of the future. You will hope that our governments would understand that we now live in an era where the wealth of nations is directly proportional to the level of global competitiveness of our country. And that there is no way our country would leapfrog by trying to run on only 50% of its potential. So when we leave women behind in the conversation of tech to happen on women, to happen to women, and to happen for women, there is no way our country will ever fulfill its entire potential. That's number one. I think that MakeMation was important. By the way, MakeMation means the making of automation. And it's basically telling the story of how technology has evolved in our ecosystem as a country and as a continent. And I thought that in my previous life, if you simply go online to find Toyosi Akirele and Michelle Obama, you would find that in my previous life, 10 years ago, I used to organize the biggest youth programs across the whole country. And I realized that conferences and workshops are good, but they don't solve problems. And serious nations go down to building systems, building the capacity of their people, because that is what drives growth, economic development, and social impact for the country. Now, I thought that a film is important, and I was right. Because now I'm seeing secondary schools in Nigeria changing their curriculum and including prioritizing STEM and artificial intelligence, because several of them took their children to watch MakeMation in cinemas in April to May of this year. I'm seeing countries in Africa prioritize artificial intelligence because MakeMation, for example, was the official film of the Kenya Innovation Week in Nairobi. It's showing at the Harvard University Africa Development Conference in April. It's showing at the King's College in London in a few weeks. But that's also because we need to mainstream Africa into the global artificial intelligence conversation. All of the AI of the world, we are consumers of technology. Africa is not building technology. And when you simply look at simple things like product design in technology, you would know that the room where they designed the seatbelt of a vehicle did not have women in that room. Because if there were women in that room, someone would have thought about the fact that a woman is going to get pregnant and it would be difficult for her to put the seatbelt through her chest and her tummy. And that is what happens in the world. In a world of inequity, when we do not give women a level playing field in designing technology systems and designing technology products and designing technology, services for our people. We're also seeing a situation where the reason why Zara was the protagonist of this story is because the role of women in northern Nigeria is too de-emphasized in comparison to the impact that women have actually made in northern Nigeria. We're likely to constantly always say that women are supposed to remain in the background, but we don't know. In history, the women of northern Nigeria are actually the major liberators of the region. In actual fact, I'm a student of history and I know that, even though I went to university in the north. So I worry when people constantly, and I worry, one of my biggest worries as well, is the fact that we have now over-focused on women and we're forgetting that we're going to train women who have education, economic empowerment, knowledge, and are competitive, who are going to get married to boys that are irresponsible and were raised to watch football and wash cars. And so as we design programs and are trying to build a world of equality, it is also important that we do not forget the boys, because if you look around you, you are going to see a rising problem of irresponsible young boys in comparison to extremely ambitious girls who are going to be girlfriends and wives to those boys. And so when we, as I close, when we think about the conversation around entertaining change, I like to say that talk doesn't cook rice. And there is a level of temperature that is required for change to happen in any ecosystem, because people will resist it. The role of policymakers in this conversation is very crucial. The simple things that we do at home and how we speak to our girls and the things we tell our boys to do. I'm going to close by saying, when you wake up in the morning and you see an advert in the newspapers, what are the skills they are requesting for? Leadership, time management, interpersonal skills, organizational skills, integrity, and all of those things. When I'm a first child of 4 children, my mother will be leaving the house and tell me that I should go home. And before she comes back, I should make sure I've cooked. I should make sure that she's giving me 50,000 naira. I must use it to buy a long list of things and all of those things. Leadership is me looking after my younger ones. Resource management is me spending money and being able to budget to use that money for what I need it for. Time management is me being able to accomplish everything that is required of me within that set time. The same skills that the world is looking for to be able to drive change and growth in the society that we're trying to entertain change are the same skills that we're focused on training the girls in without focusing on the boys. Now, to the point of artificial intelligence and the biases and the data that we need to be able to drive this, AI is too complex to leave in the hands of techies alone. And that's why this conversation and this convening is extremely crucial. If you simply wanted to speak to me, who did a 4-year PhD in AI, large language models, Python, Matplotlib, Kotlin, and all of those things, the ordinary person on the street doesn't care about that. You are talking about climate change in a country where 70% of the people are hungry and have no jobs. Democratize the knowledge of anything is to deliver it through familiar channels of interaction. And that's why Make Mission has become a very popular film amongst young people, women, children, and girls, because it simplifies artificial intelligence in a way that you can touch it and you can understand it without having to read about it. Again, what we've learned from information reaching us is a number of people feel that young people will learn more through stories, film, music, than if you simply put them in front of 2-hour courses online and told them to take modules upon modules that typically many of you buy for $7 and never finish. Everybody in this room is guilty for trying to pay for one online course or the other, and you haven't finished them. And many of you who take them simply take them for the certification and not for the knowledge of it. And so if we're going to speak about the role that AI will play in the future, artificial intelligence won't take our jobs. It is the people like me that know artificial intelligence that will take your jobs. Because see, I'd never made a film before, but ask me how I got some of the biggest donors in the world and private organizations to fund this film without any filmmaking antecedents. Because I was telling a unique story on a unique subject that had never been told before in Nigeria and Africa. And I'm not the one that called Make Mission the first film on AI out of the continent. It is the ecosystem that described it as such. And so we must tell our stories because I know. In fact, I remember that when we were making this film and a few Americans and foreigners had offered us thoughts and ideas, I deliberately declined and said that the moment we allow one person out of Africa to support us on this film, the whole credit of how excellent the film is will go to them because we'd never done this before. I want to thank you for listening and hope that we would not just speak about these issues, but take concrete action on them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Toyosi. You've said it all. And if you were here yesterday, Chude said there's no need for the West to commend us and to pat us on the back. So well done.
I agree.
And kudos. So the next speaker is Delmoa Deshikura, Managing Partner, Nigeria's Narrative Change, leader, Dell Media Production, and founder of Velocity Immersive Studios. Is she here? Delmoa here? Okay, so we'll skip to the next speaker, Engineer Toboru Oru, cyber policy expert, founder, Center for Cyber and Digital Policy, founder, Digital Economy Forum, DEF Nigeria. The Voice, Thief, How AI Hijacked Truth. See here, Oru? Okay. They come in? Prefer? Are they here? Delmoa? Engineer Oru? He's here. Okay, so as we wait for them, if you have any pressing questions for Dr. Toyosi or Dr. Guntuku, I'll take two. Comments? Okay, he's here. Yes, so. Engineer Oru?
Engineer Tobore Oru is a cyber and policy expert with 15 plus years experience in the global energy industry, specializing in digital transformation and governance, petroleum data and infrastructure, cybersecurity, and advising senior government leaders. He is currently providing expert advice to the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Gas. Please join us in welcoming Tobore Oru.
Slides. Picture this. You wake up to a video by a leading global Nigerian artist. Say, Burna Boy. I like Burna Boy. Passionately endorsing a presidential candidate. Social media explodes, his fans at each other's throats, and the headlines continue. The problem is, he never created the video. AI did. But nobody believes him. In that instance, trust is broken by manufactured truth. The lines between real and fake are blurred. Two leading Nigerian celebrities are caught in what seems to be an intimate moment. The leaked video goes viral, becomes national discourse, and appears on channels television. In that instance, lives are disrupted, reputation distorted, emotions manipulated. For what? Clicks, clout, and political distractions. We remember that this isn't just entertainment, that reality is editable. A prominent and beloved religious leader is heard speaking with a presidential candidate in what seems to be very offensive to a religious group. In a country like Nigeria, that can lead to extreme religious violence, or at best, create distrust between one religious group or another. How does AI do all this? AI, simply put, uses a person's voice and image to train a neural network to mimic the person's unique traits. But cloning a person's unique traits isn't the real disaster. Amplification is. Enter the bots. AI-generated misinformation or misuse of identity do not ordinarily spread on their own. They are often amplified by bots. Bots are programmed accounts, a network of programmed accounts that are created to mimic a real person. Sometimes even better than a real person. They can like, share, comment faster than any human. They can make fake endorsements look believable. and distort public opinion. And what's the result? Real voices get unheard, and fake voices go viral in minutes. AI and bots are the choir behind this lie. This isn't just a tech issue. It's a cultural, economic, and political issue with real human impact. Today, nations and non-state actors are influencing narratives creating public distrust, and shaping elections in foreign countries. In this context, media and entertainment aren't just soft power. No, they are strategic battlefields. And the voices within that sector must be treated the same way you treat protecting a sovereignty. So if we are going to protect a sovereignty, we must protect the voices of influencers who then shape what happens. AI and bots have impacted Nigeria's politics. In 2022, the Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development found out that about 500,000 of the Labour Party's presidential, a particular digital platform, were bots. So the same for a lot of presidential candidates. So this is not something unique to us. AI is rewriting the rules faster than we can regulate it. We do not have strong mechanisms to identify or report bot amplifications. The government doesn't have that. But more importantly, the citizens cannot spot bot amplification, bot patterns. So what do we do about that? First and foremost, I think creatives are in a position to assert their digital rights. That's number one. They are well positioned to use collective action to create a culture where people get curious about what they are consuming. Secondly, the government must demand transparency in algorithms and bot applications of digital platforms. Think tanks and the government could also carry out research that close the system, make recommendations that close the systemic gaps. This includes establishing trusted content infrastructure. And finally, citizens must be very curious about what they consume. So this means digital literacy, I think, is the most pronounced issue here, because everyone believes what they see online. The creative industry of Nigeria is an economic powerhouse, shaping narratives globally and influencing youth employment. AI and bots have the power to undermine the voices of authoritative personalities and thereby undermine the economic activity within that sector. This is a call to action for the people in the creative industry and for us as Nigerians to take back our voice and with that, take back our truth. Thank you.
Sorry, Fuad Lawal.
Fuad Lawal is a groundbreaking initiative working to digitize Nigeria's newspapers and make the nation's history accessible to everyone. His work at Archive NG, media, technology, and cultural preservation, using innovation to strengthen collective memory and inspire social progress. Please join us in welcoming Fuad Lawal.
I had groundbreaking and almost passed out. Okay, so Tobere said this is a call to action, so it kind of made sense that I am the first action after his call to action. So I just did this collage. I saw some people struggling with the next slide all day, and I'm like, not me. So this collage is kind of like me just pointing to random stuff to make my points. Anyway, I currently straddle two things in my life. On one end, I work with the people at Bikabal Media in some level of commitment at various aspects of the business. We have this funny joke at Bikabal where it's like you never really leave Bikabal. Has a ton of people who leave and realize, oh, I need more joy in my life, so you go back there. They leave and then come back. Bikabal is the publisher of Tekabal Insights and Zikoko, and something that everyone inside Bikabal obsesses about a lot is that, like, we want to help Africans see themselves more clearly, and then in turn, like, show the world, see them, want to be seen, right? And that's why, for example, a big part of how we approach a lot of the work is largely around identity, culture. What are the ways who are the people that are directly affected? What are the behaviors and so on and so forth? And so a lot of what we do or how we do it is by producing media, right? On the archiving of things, for me, is that there's this massive history vacuum in Nigerian history. You're talking about NTA, and one of my great fantasies is to one day show up at NTA's archives, digitize everything, and they all end up on YouTube. I don't know if anyone has ever seen any clips of Oputa Panel online. So there was this one dude, Jide Olanrewaju, he used to work at YouTube. He managed to convince some people at NTA to share the clip to that panel, and he uploaded it on YouTube. If you actually check for it on YouTube today, it's such a unique link that only someone who worked at YouTube could have created a link like that, right? So everywhere you see that clip, every time someone references it, it is because that one person worked with a bunch of people at NTA and made that clip accessible. People have written articles and essays and produced new knowledge just off of that. Archiving's own obsession is, currently our focus is newspapers, magazines, oral histories. We sit with old people and just ask them about their lives growing up. But archiving's great fantasy is, what if we took all of NTA too and made that accessible online? Anyway, I put a bunch of things here to kind of get us into the sense of how I currently think about AI, working in media, engaging with people working in media, and I'll use these things to explain. Fundamentally, I think of like AI, or specifically in this context, generative AI, as helping us to do two things. It helps us to supercharge productivity, and it helps us to enhance experiences. Are there any journalists in the room? Journalists? Anybody journalist? Okay, NT is, okay, great. So one of the things that I find out when I talk to young journalists is that they are so excited to tell stories and so impactful and everything. But you don't realize until they start journalism that a huge part of the job is just transcribing interviews. It's like you speak to someone for 3 hours and end up using like one paragraph from everything the person said. And so in the context of AI as a way to supercharge productivity, AI, in the context of like this type of thing now, right, it is very, very clear how AI helps, right? Sometime last year, someone in the newsroom at Tech Cabal was working on a story. And the last step, of course, one of the final steps was fact-checking, right? The thing about fact-checking a 3,000-word piece is that you have to do it line by line, sentence by sentence. That takes hours, in some cases days, to even extract everything. Okay, hours to extract everything that needs to be fact-checked. I mean, like, wait a minute. We went to one of the LLMs, set a couple of parameters, system instructions, and said, like, oh, you are a fact-checker, you are interrogating everything, every claim, every potential logical flaw and everything. And in like 4 minutes, we had 36 fact-checking points to go through. We still had to use human effort to actually go and verify and check and find backlinks and find sources. But what could have taken hours was suddenly compressed in 2 minutes. And so the way I like everyone to think about how to use AI in their work and in their productivity is to constantly look at it and say, what aspect of this can I outsource? What aspect of this can I accelerate? Personally, I pick the boring stuff first, stuff I do not enjoy doing, like transcribing. And then I start to walk through other layers. Other interesting ways or interesting things people are doing is building design systems. So in 2020, during the heat of the pandemic, we worked on this project called Corona Facts, and it was supposed to be this thing where we were disseminating information across the entire continent in multiple languages and with multiple design assets, just so that we could get word out fast. We had to do all of those things manually, like one at a time. And when I think about it now, like I can legit spend one afternoon setting up a scenario where everyone in every country gets like information in their own languages, in their own context. And all of that is possible because of AI. The second one is, like I said earlier, like enhancing experiences. There's this account I really like called Onoli on Instagram. The person behind it works in VC, but she got bored because her real passion is writing. Clearly, her priorities are very interesting. But she started this channel where she just makes these micro dramas, right? It's 1 minute dramas. You go there, you just see like 4 or 5 characters, an entire world. And what does she do? She uses one of the LLMs, right? And she writes her script, she does her character bios, does their costumes and everything, and just feeds them into these models. And it does give her these 1 minute dramas, right? And so when you think of the fact that if she wanted to do that herself, if she wanted to like do that as live action, right, that would have taken weeks and months of even convincing people to even commit. But now, like, she drops an episode. This is me, I guess, shouting out to her. She drops an episode, like 1 or 2 episodes a week, 1 minute clips. And if you go to the comments, most people saying, how about you just make it daily? I'm like, well, the models are taking too much water in the world for now, right? But like, those are the things that are possible because of AI, right? And now I've shared a couple of interesting examples. For example, the one at the top right, we had to read through like 65 speeches from Independence Day, from like every Independence Day speech in Nigerian history, and just analyze the patterns with Nigeria's leaders. A lot of that could move fast because of like AI. When the team at Zikoko was working on this film, a lot of the process of like looking for the plot holes and potential gaps in their scripts and the storytelling was supercharged with LLMs. Now, stuff that would normally take months and months of review processes, right? They still required a lot of human effort. But those things just moved faster because they were working with models. Now, one of the interesting things that we also just, and it's very important for everyone to keep in mind, is that there's this vast amount of information you have to wade through every time, and it just helps you move faster in these things. One of my personal favorite ones is, someone asked a random question at archiving where they were like, how did Nigerians think about premarital sex, abortion in the 70s? And we actually looked through, like, currently we have over 200,000 pages, newspaper pages. Definitely not me. We'll look through each of those pages. And so what we did was basically just ask the model, and it just crawled through the entire archives, dug out these things, we verified them ourselves, extracted quotes, and so on and so forth, right? People go to school to get stuff like that done. Like, people go and study for like 2 years to find these things that we found in like one afternoon, right? And I mean, the favorite thing about this is everybody talks about how it will take jobs, right? And that is true. But it just feels like our expectations of everybody, the bar is raised for everyone, right? A final thing, one of my friends was telling me earlier, because I was talking about these exciting things we could do, and I was like, yeah, about our guardrails. And I think he's going to talk about guardrails later. So that you know that I also think about guardrails and care about them. One thing that is very, very important in every context I work in is that there is always a human in the loop. In the context of these models, when you work with models, there is always a human being in the loop. There is always someone fine-tuning. There's always someone offering context. There's always someone telling it, no, this makes no sense. Do it this way, or think about it this way. Another thing that is also super important is also transparency. Currently, my own teams, I basically sit with my teams to ask them how they are using models. How are you using LLMs? I see something, I'm like, what in the ChatGPT is this, right? And I'm like, no, if you are going to use it, I can't stop you from using it, right? But here is how to think about it better. Here's where it can be more useful for you, and so on and so forth. And also telling audiences that this is where we are using it. Because more and more, it feels like the biggest question for us is not, we don't just ask a thing and say, who made this thing? We start to ask, did anyone even make this thing? And every time you see a video online now, you pause and you just think, is this AI, is this real? So transparency is very, very important. A final thing for me is cultural grounding. If you open ChatGPT today and you say what happened in Lagos, March 5, 1965, ChatGPT will just, like, in ChatGPT fashion, just vibe it and just say, well, didn't really, right? If you ask it about New York, to tell you, oh yeah, in New York, Malcolm X just died, so there were these conversations, there was this town hall conference. The difference between those two is that that model has a lot of context to train off in the context of, like, their own history. It doesn't have. For, like, Nigeria, most of the continent, it's nobody's fault. Like, and so on the archiving side, the obsession is how can we find as much of our context, right? How can we make as many NTA? I'm personally obsessed with NTA, but simply because I lived in Kwara State for like 3 years. We didn't have DSTV, so I watched AM Express every morning. I know the music, I know everything. So very, very bullish on NTA's archives. But yeah, I think one thing that is super clear, final thing, is that these companies, if you follow these companies, they are shipping at unprecedented speed in the history of innovation. We are also moving that fast. We need to move that fast. They need to be trying something. They need to be shipping new models. We need to be testing how they work, what they mean. Like, it almost feels like the ethics will always is like playing catch up. We need to close that gap and just move really, really fast. I hope I've given some color into some ways that, yes, I work with models, but even more importantly, some specific ways you can start to use it today. I'm also available if anyone has any questions after. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much for simplifying that. Made it so simple, and I like that you're the second or third speaker, third, that has said that AI will not replace experts. So the bar is high, and we should aim higher. So I'll give 5 minutes for questions, comments for any of our speakers, the 4 speakers that presented. Yes. Yeah, no, after that, then you take a picture. Fife is not here, so. Yes, 1, 2, 3. That's it. Can I get the microphones, please? Microphones, please. So the gentleman behind Dr. Toyosi's hands up. Please go straight to the point, 30, 40 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Engineer Unduka. I'm with the Institute of Physics and Ecology, and we look at the interplay between innovation and the environment in terms of how it affects or how it promotes good things in the environment. AI is here to stay, we all know that, but there is a huge danger. Like the speaker just said, when you have these models going through large amount of data, like what happened 60 years ago in New York compared to what happened 60 years ago in Nigeria, the data is available in New York, it's not available in Nigeria. Now, if you populate that model with any amount of data, if that data is not credible, what you have is information coming out on the mainstream that is really skewed. When we say skewed, it's information that is not really credible. I think AI is good, but I think the people who sit behind these AI models, people like myself who are doing projects on AI and various other people, need to start rethinking how these AIs will affect human ingenuity moving forward. I think the future is good for AI, but there's a lot of threats we see on our research work when we look at AI and language models moving forward. So I think, you know, some of those things we need to rethink. And in Africa, there's a lot of history that is not in our control. You talk about NTA. There's a lot of history in Africa that is not in our control. It's in the control of the outside world because a lot of us were colonized. So we also need to look at how we get this data and facts, not just from NTA, but also from credible sources. So when we design these models, we can actually make sure that the information that is out there is critical. If you go to universities today, I think we were talking about it yesterday, a lot of university students rely on AI for all their work they do. They rely on AI. Nobody uses their brain for any thinking anymore. It is becoming a risk. So I think we need to rethink how we're going about this. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I think 2 things there that I really want to touch on. The first one is I'm kind of a history nerd. And every time I go back to see how society evolves, when there's a significant technological there's significant jump with technology. There's always this thing where it always starts with 2 extremes: extremely optimistic people, extremely pessimistic people. Those 2 people are important, right? The pessimists basically are the ones that create the foundations of the ethics of how you regulate and manage those things. The optimistic people are the ones that continue to advance and innovate. But the one thing that happens every time is that it never stops, right? When you look at the history of and I think there are people who have gone to school to study this thing I'm about to say more deeply. So if I say anything wrong, please call me out. When you look at just the history of intelligence, every time we build tools to amplify our own cognitive abilities, there is always a trade-off in our own abilities ourselves, right? Historically, we had people with fantastic memory, and we learned to write. And now we memorize less, right? When I was a kid, which was not too long ago, I remember our teachers constantly saying, do not use calculator in the exam hall. And now, everybody, not many people realize it, but many of us can't even spell simply because of T9, right? With the text prediction on our, and so, I find that more and more, we need to spend more time, like actually just understanding how people are using it and trying to direct it, not controlling it. Especially with young people, you can't. Students are unstoppable. As a person who used to be a student not too long ago, like, you can't stop students. We will always find ways to invent around these things, and that's how we need to also think about it. The very moral approach of people are not serious, people are not serious, never works. What works is, what are people's incentives, what are their motivations, how can we properly align those incentives and motivations? Yeah, I hope that made sense. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Victor, and is it a general question or you're targeted to any of the speakers?
I think.
Who would it be?
NTA and our colleague there.
So
maybe I have to go back, no?
Glad you have to stay
So as Professor Sharat was presenting earlier, we're doing this MapGen project, doing content analysis using AI tools in many developing countries, including in Nigeria. So we can start filling, right, as you were saying, or someone was saying, those 60 years missing of history, for example, no? But in this case, for television, radio, etc. I was going to say social media. Clearly, social media didn't exist 60 years ago. Are there any databases you have in NTA or in other organizations where we could start filling those gaps, those information gaps? So not only can we understand better the trends across time, what was on TV 60, 30, 10 years ago, but also help train these LLMs, so whenever we're developing chatbots, they know the cultural nuances, right, when giving advice for health workers, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you. So it's a database question. And let me pass it to you, Terry.
Thank you for that, Victor. See, that process of digitization of NTA's content is something that, it's a problem that I also inherited when I came on board, because there's always been the conversations as to, we have all this volume, tons and tons of historical, narratives and content for Nigeria. How do we digitize them? And NTA has been a bit risk averse in going about that, because we don't want to lose stuff. So when you try things out, the opportunities that have come to us, we are very, you have to look at it, because these are national assets. It's not my personal property that we can just decide, we want to experiment. But now we're talking serious partners, international and local, who are saying to us, you know what, we can assist with this volume of our archives. And literally we have libraries of content all over the country. Lagos, Ibadan, here in our headquarters in Abuja, in Kwara, everywhere there's content, and these are in formats like U-matic, Betacam, VHS, as far back as television content formats have of storing. So we are open to partnerships in digitizing all of that content. But now it now leads us to another question. How do we store all of those volumes when we do? Because this is, I know, there's cloud. But you see, there's also the question of sovereignty in cloud storage, because you don't want to, there's the question of, do we want to give an external cloud holder, all of this sovereign Nigerian assets, or now we're talking to Galaxy Backbone, who is our indigenous national provider, and saying, you know what, how can we create space for this, whereby these Nigerian assets are held in the cloud by Nigerian entities, so that it's not lost in any sense. So we're working on it.
Thank you so much. So you'd go after him.
Okay.
2 minutes. I'm timing.
I'm excited that you're working on it. Happy to, from point A to point B. Yeah. So at archiving, right? Currently, our already online collection is roughly 200,000 people with organizations and say, oh, you need like this large trove of data. We can help you like with access. We can help you provide this. We can help you provide that. I think one of the things I'm quite excited about is that there's this podcast that just got released recently, Fear No Man, Fela. It's about Fela Kuti. And what we basically did was just provide research for that podcast. So yes, the data does exist. And even though we have 200,000 pages, it does feel really small. And so over the next 2 years, we're trying to like 10x that to go as far back as even the 1910s, because we found titles from the 1910s. And about like how we even treat sovereignty. Our approach fundamentally is that more often than not, and I guess we can do this because we are not a government, right? We default to openness in the sense that we are more focused on making sure it never gets lost, and that more people can find use in it than we are with protecting all of it, right? So yeah, I hope that's answered your question.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
I just wanted to say that one of my biggest worries is Fuad came for Make Mission at the U.S. consulate. And I recall that day when Will Stevens, was talking about Make Mission and all that, one of the things that I said was, we would never be able to control what we did not build. So we're not building local human capacity for this country, and we want Nigeria to be globally competitive within the AI ecosystem. It's not going to happen by magic. We must ask ourselves, how much compute capacity do we have? How many GPUs are in this country, for example? When you even speak about NCA's archives and the kind of information that you have to move, I'm even thinking of the number of people, because there are also legal dimensions to invisible labor and how people are working behind the scenes to train AI models based on our data, but they're getting paid $6 a day, sitting in high-end restaurants in Philippines, in Geneva and other parts of the country. And I think we need to interrogate these issues around human-centered innovation and the role of the actual human being in the entire gamut of the AI process. I want to talk about the two things. Number one, the importance of incorporating our universities into this conversation, where we implemented a program with MacArthur Foundation for Ahmadu Bello University last year. And one of my biggest shocks was to see that the number of the lecturers are not even computer literate. They could barely use computers. But the students are already using Claude to be able to do the assignments. So you have such a disconnect, even within the education system, such that, the lecturers are marking answers that are way, 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 way ahead of their own understanding on multiple subjects, whether it's from biology to English language to theater arts. And so the importance of upskilling our people and building local compute capacity is very important. Galaxy Backbone is great, but I would love to say that we don't have up to 5,000 competent artificial intelligence engineers in this country of 200 million people. And I can say that because we run an entire training hub. I teach AI. I mean, the fact that we talk a lot about AI in Nigeria worries me than we're actually doing AI. So if you speak to people that mouth AI a lot, they're using it to get grants. But if you deep dive and actually want to focus on the people that can do the work, there are very few of them. I'm going to close by just talking about the role of policy in this entire conversation. So Rise Networks is currently in talks with the National Assembly. We want to be able to launch an AI accelerator program for our legislators. Because the truth is, it is the laws that our legislators make for we 200 million people that make the country. So we can sit here and have all these conferences, but if they violate certain policies at the NCC level or at the NTA level or at the, even the NDPR, so we must also think about, data. We don't have harmonized data in one country. You open 3 bank accounts and they need your BVN 3 times. And you have NIN, you have BVN, you have HIV, you have all of them. Do you understand? So I wish that the people that really need to listen to this kind of conversations were in this room. Because today you go to an office, you fill your phone number and name at the reception, and the security guards have sold that hardcover book and giving it out, and you're getting text messages in the middle of the night. People are borrowing money and using your name as sureties on loans, and you're getting threatened in the middle of the night. Those are data privacy issues. And if we don't build, it's a big problem. If we don't build local compute capacity for Nigeria and Africa, and we have the potential, we have the capacity, the resources are available. So folks like Madam from NTA need to have these conversations with the people that matter and challenge people like Galaxy Backbone. Because if they build cloud, then why are you thinking about using Oracle? Or why are you thinking about using AWS? Or why are you thinking about using the other ones when we can build our own local capacity and bring GPUs into this country? If you speak to NVIDIA to help us train, AI engineers and data experts, they'll do that. And then you can set a target for a 5-year period for NTA to be able to fix its archives. We were shaped, our own values in our generation were shaped by watching Tales by Moonlight every Sunday evening, Efusheto and Iwura in the afternoon. We have completely lost our children and the successor generation to foreign content. When you lose your language and you lose your culture, you are going to perpetually remain a slave.
Thank you so much, Dr. Toyosi. So we have one clip. Okay, one I promised you, so quickly, 40 seconds.
All right, thank you very much. That was an amazing conversation. My name is Shafiri Tega. I'm a startup founder. Quite an interesting thing that we are talking from centralization most of the time. So I want to ask everyone, person here, including Madam from NTA, what is decentralization to you, to this new generation we're talking about? Then incentivizing them as well is another area we need to also look about, because these are things that are inspiring people, that are creating content, and also people who are playing around that demography. So for the AI conversations, like I said, what is decentralization to every one person who have been talking from centralization? How can we decentralize this thing as well? Thank you very much.
So who wants to go? Fuad or
To be honest, it's not that complex for me. In the context of, say, archiving, for example, we have a worst case scenario, triplicate scenario thing where it's every time we digitize something, it always exists in at least 3 places, 3 offline and 3 online. Of course, I know there's stuff like blockchain and all of those things in the context of online decentralization. It is not yet simple, and it is not yet very accessible enough for the average intern on my team from a capacity standpoint for us to use that approach. But what we do fundamentally is, and for us, when we worry about sovereignty, it's not just, sovereignty for us is not just, oh yes, maybe international, it's actually even censorship, right? So I remember the first week the archiving went live, the most popular search that week was about Tinubu's certificate. Wasn't an exciting week for me, because I was nothing happened. They didn't shut us down, but I'm Nigerian enough to be nervous about that. And so when we store stuff, we are storing on the cloud in places outside of Nigeria's sovereign territory. Because fundamentally, when you really think about it, it is identity. We have one of the largest blocks of people in diaspora. So it's not just about Nigerians in Nigeria for us. It's Nigerians everywhere. Locally, we basically have a community of people who just receive steady updates of files. And by files, I mean terabytes of data to just store in their own private drives. And we just have a ledger. And I know torrenting also does this to some degree, but it's just simpler with our own approach. So I'm assuming that when you say
for lunch, and you've encroached into your lunch, so lunchtime is going to be shorter.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Abdul Rashid Bello, known as JJC Skills. Yesterday, I spoke about my history and the story so far. Now, I'm here to just show you a 5-minute clip of what we're doing recently. The first project is a movie called Hakim, the first Nigerian fully fledged action film. And it deals with issues like mental health, an ex-soldier dealing with PSD. Then we have, the next one would be a project I did for PSI, where we dealt with menstrual health, education. And then the last would be my favorite, Soul Kids TV, where we use animation, AI animation to create content for educating the next generation. Thank you very much.
Is Captain Abdul Hakim Balogun, former soldier, Special Forces, Nigerian Army. They thought there was nobody. Anyone associated with you is dead! And this is what they do. Commit atrocities against ordinary people like you and I. Because they think that they can do.
I need at least 50 of them for round-the-clock protection.
But not this time.
A senator was arrested for organ trafficking in the UK.
My wife and I never registered as organ donors. What do you want? I want justice.
Any justice outside the system is a crime. Nobody's above the law.
They will pay. I'll tell my own story by myself.
Next is the PSI project.
Fatima picking, we just turned 13. She did like to jolly with friends and family. All of a sudden she say, "Mommy, come and see something." I don't know why I feel ashamed. Why is this happening to me all alone?
Wannan Fatima mai faru?
Jinin al'adan ta gani.
Mun girma kenan. Dama kin ga faduwa ta zo daidai da zama mu samu mata miji ai mata aure.
Aure?
Yes.
Did you do to get married? Ka san maganar aure ba zai yi ba yanzu.
Kamar ya ba yanzu ba kiyo shi aka yi miki aure.
To ai mu kace ita kuma da ba.
Ke da Allah ba wani da ba. Mun gaba magana.
And then Soul Kids TV.
Soul Kids TV.
This is how let's go. How do you say good morning, Ekaro? How do you say good afternoon, Ekason? How do you say good evening, Ekale? How do you say good night, Odaro? How do you say good morning, Ekaro? How do you say good afternoon, Ekason? How do you say good evening, how do you say good night, how do you say good morning, Ekaro? How do you say good afternoon, Ekason? How do you say good evening, Ekale? How do you say good night, Odaro? Baila Shekirawa, baila Shekirawa, baila Shekirawa.
And we also do it in Igbo.
Bruno be the good talk waka. Bruno be the good talk waka. Bruno be the good talk. Nature we go see ya. Bruno be the good talk waka.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Clap your hands.
language.
Hey! 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 Ants! See.
See.
This way, like you want to hold me. Hold me. Hold me. Alright, and that's your C. Let's start from A. A, B, C.
Thank you so much.
Soul Kids TV.
Everything that we do is self-funded, so we really need help. We need some partnerships, some co-creation. NTA, we need some time to show this to the children in Nigeria. So assist us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And so we'll break up for lunch, and this is one show that I watch a lot in my house. Memories, especially the Domalio. We sing it. So please, we need the following people at the press briefing at Plateau, where we're going to the hall, Plateau Hall, when we're going for lunch. Fife, Victor, Habiba, Osaru, Wamen, Nafisa. I think, yes. So please follow, where's he, Emmanuel? Come with Emmanuel. And then lunch. Sorry, you want to say something? Okay. Yes. So we're going to be back 35 minutes. In the next 35 minutes.
Yes.
Yes. So I know that you'd.
250, please.
250.
Gather back in here at 250.
over lunch. The conversations can be going over lunch, right? So our timing, please. Thank you. The restaurant is ready, food is served, lunch is served. So let me. Hello, everyone. So, I know a few people are having interviews. Welcome back from lunch. So if you're outside, please, can you come in? So welcome, everyone. How was lunch? Yeah, we took more than 35 minutes. So we took much more than that, and welcome back. So we're at our last lap, right? So the goal is to finish strong and to finish well. Listen to every session. And so the next session, we're going to be tackling a very critical challenge facing global creative economies and the ecosystem. For those who operate within the intersection of art and commerce, they understand that there's a big, real question. How do we keep the lights on and fund the next big project, right? So for those of you in the creatives, you understand that. And then while maximizing social impact. So it's tough, the financing part, how do you charge, and all that. Yesterday we were talking with some young creatives, and they were talking about how family, friends would be like, oh, you know, do it for free, help us, do that. Sam is already laughing. But then this session would bridge where value, purpose, and profit align. So we'll be looking at that alignment, monetization, impact matrix, investor, alignment, and the rest. So to lead on this, I would invite Sam Onyemeleku, CEO, TV, and CEO iStream. I hope I got the pronoun. I tried a little bit. Okay.
Sam Onyemeleku is a global business development and partnerships executive with over 20 years of experience driving growth across media, technology, streaming, and entertainment sectors. He began his career at Walt Disney in California and has since led market expansion efforts across North America, Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Sam is widely recognized for launching and scaling the Trace brand, often described as Africa's MTV, achieving rapid audience and revenue growth across the region. Please join us in welcoming Sam Onyemeleku.
Thank you. I was watching in amazement, wondering where that voiceover came from, because that was super efficient. Oh, there you are. Hey, Angela. Cool. I have some slides, but thank you so much. I think as was said, as soon as the slides up, I'll keep going. But we in the creative industry, I think our intrepid hostess spoke about something that's very real for many creators, in that we're in a much smaller ecosystem, which portends lots smaller economies, and although there's a lot of growth in the creative industry overall, literally budgets for content are in the magnitude of 100 times less, even 1,000 times less oftentimes than the West, right? A pilot, one episode of a TV pilot in the US can easily go to $100,000 or $200,000, which is sometimes the entire budget for a feature film. So we do take that into account, and as she said, that those of us in the creative industry are ultimately oftentimes looking for the funding for that next project, right? I'm lucky enough to be with an organization that we're kind of one of the few very scaled organizations across the continent. I'll speak about that more once my slides, if that's going to happen. Okay. All right. So it is going to happen. So maybe I'll continue a little bit, and I just don't want to break the rhythm. But so back to that. It's a little bit high. If we can, am I missing some stuff here, or zoom in? Is that me? Okay. So again, what I'll do is I'll speak a little bit about Trace while they're doing that, and AFRIF, the two organizations that I'm representing here today. So Trace is what I often call the African MTV. We have multiple TV channels, both direct, fast TV channels and cable or satellite. About 30 of those channels broadcast in about 180 countries. We spoke about Trace. I do want to mention to you AFRIF. Spoke about Trace. I do want to mention to you AFRIF. AFRIF is the African International Film Festival AFRIF is the African International Film Festival in its 14th year this year, literally starting this weekend on Sunday with the opening day in Lagos. And I hope many of you will be down there. I know the World Bank and MBO Capital will be there, and hopefully many of you will be there with us. What's incredible about AFRIF is through the years it's been able to rise to the top as one of the premier destinations in the African, on the global film festival circuit, and definitely reaching the tide in the African film industry. We partner with everybody from the U.S. government to multiple governments, including, of course, the huge support of Lagos State and so on, the British, French. So we welcome a very international community, and we'll be welcoming some of the biggest Hollywood actors this. I keep getting his name wrong. David Oyelowo. Thank you. I just keep making a mistake. And funny enough, ironically, his name or his nickname in Hollywood is David O. And we will be also welcoming David O, which is the Nigerian Afrobeat superstar. So, last plug for what I do, but we are also launching, a new app on the MTN network, a captive network, of course, of all the biggest subscriber base on the continent. And the app will be a streaming app that has no pay action. It's for me or everybody. Oh, I'll be done before that. He's really good. He's been persistent. That has no pay action. It's literally seamless. There's premium data, and so you get on the app, register, and start watching right away without making a pay action. So we have huge expectations for it, and the biggest expectation and hope is that it will provide a real platform to monetize a wide range of content beyond movies. Kind of that series which are on movies. Kind of that series which are in a hidden place. Cool. Oh, sorry there. I've told you enough about Trace. I've told you just about AFRIF. Our core mission at AFRIF and our new platform, iStream, is definitely empowering the entertainment industry. We have that key value, speaks to exactly what we're doing here, which is bridging value and purpose, right? There are tons of creators out there, tons of great creators across the continent. Profit and purpose is oftentimes not even a consideration. They know they're not going to be profitable. They're just trying to survive, and we're hoping that this will start to... There are good stories in there as well, but oftentimes that bad story, the story of Adam and Eve, right? It's the story of evil versus good. In our history here, in more ancient times where we live, but also till today, after the day's farming, we get together under the, what do they call it, Tales by Moonlight. Our NTA colleague is not here. And what did we do? We used to tell stories about warriors and conquests, right? It's exciting. And but what we would do at the same time is we would weave in lessons for the young, right? We would talk about bravery, we would talk about commitment, loyalty, honesty, right? And I think that what I always think about when I talk about this wider issue, and when I welcome our esteemed panelists to bring in more, more meat around that, I just again think of that bigger issue, that it's not whether there's profit and purpose, it's not whether there's story and edutainment. Edutainment is kind of what the foundations of what we all do is here today, right? I know my brother Folajimi will speak about some of the movies that they've been involved in, and you find that even then, a movie that's never thought about having an entertainment, people are still learning. Kids are still taking something from it, so maybe it's careful, that they take the right lessons. So Joanna will speak about that. So for me, what it comes down to is edutainment almost in a sense shouldn't be considered as a separate element, separate from entertainment, right? It is, we're still creating that thought, but entertainment should be educational, right? But the key is right there at the bottom. sorry, about the seats that it's hidden under. But the story need to be inspiring, or lessons within, you know, or lessons, or I'm saying, but it doesn't matter whether they are inspiring stories, whether it's stories about conquest or war, whether it's bad news sometimes, or whether it's lessons with negative, you know, with negative stories. And especially now with AI, right, with slop and just anybody can make content, it's no longer about the quality of what you make, how it's lit and everything. It's all back to square one. It's about the insight, the power of the story, and how relatable it is to you. So I will welcome my co-panelists on stage, starting with, should I have all of you come up, and then let's ask Falajimi to come up first and talk through his piece. I don't have my paper on me, so all I can tell you is he's a senior vice president at MBO Capital, one of the most progressive venture capital funds in Nigeria, who have actually been actively investing in the film space and successfully at that.
Thank you, Sam. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Falajimi Ali Balogun. As Sam said, I work for MBO Capital. We're a Lagos-based financial advisory and private investment firm. Over the last 3 to 4 years, we built a niche for ourselves in terms of financing films locally. We saw a gap in the market, and we've created sort of a bespoke financial product for filmmakers, which recognize the value of filmmakers, and we try to ensure that the structure allows investors and filmmakers to earn fair returns for their projects. Over the past 2 years, we funded about 35 films, and I'll just show a couple of them you can see. The first one, Osameda, is out in cinemas now, but the rest of them are available on Prime Video or Netflix. So that's just to show, just show some of the things we've done in the past. And now, obviously, as financiers, what you're thinking of, the first thing we really think of, honestly, is are we going to make our money back when we invest in this film? And so for a long time, we let the financial returns determine whether or not we're going to invest in a project. But the longer our investing activity in film has gone on, the more we realize that the impact of the films we fund is more important than the financial returns. So internally, we've turned to thinking about impact. If we look back in 5 years, we don't want to think of how much we made from a film. We want to think about the impact, especially the social impact that some of the films we're funding are having. So, you know, impact for us, it transcends just financial gains. And so one of the things we do when we're funding films, we have internal metrics that we track to check how many jobs each film creates. Try to ensure that there's transfer of skills on sets, and they're training different people to acquire skills. Just going a step further, and in terms of talking about how films can, or creative projects can be an agent for social change. I remember a program I used to in New York people around things like HIV testing. And so this kind of relevance is what we're after. Purpose-driven TV shows can be a sustainable investment model, and that's what we're looking for. Even beyond investment model, and that's what we're looking for. Even beyond MTV Sugar, there are shows like Soul City, which was a South African show. There's also an American show. There's also another Nigerian show called Sesame Street. No, not Sesame Street. Sesame Square. So, yeah, I was trying to remember. Yeah, and so, you know, that where you build structure around creativity, whether it's through partnerships, funding mechanisms, or measurable outcomes, you can create a real bridge between social purpose and commercial viability. And at MBO Capital and commercial viability. And at MBO Capital, that's what we're really trying to do. We partner with filmmakers whose goals align with our strategic objectives, inclusion, youth empowerment. And I think, as Sam was saying, it's really popular in Nigeria when there's a show. It's something I really like. There's always like a moral lesson behind the show. And what we now have to try and solve for is to make sure that these films, even though they have strong moral lessons behind, they also become financially viable. And so, in terms of bridging the gap between, what makes sense financially and what drives social change, it's about designing investments that project both profit and the social change we're after. And this can be achieved through measurable results. And I just hope that the discussions we'll have today with the rest of the panelists can further the discussion and hopefully bring about some impact in the film sector. So that brings me to the end. Thank you very much, and I look forward to discussing this in a bit more detail.
So thank you so much, Fola Jimmy. I'm going to just move right ahead and introduce Stephanie Gottwald, who is the VP of Content and Research and the co-founder at Curious Learning. Bio, but I'll let her speak for herself and speak more as in this ecosystem. As in this ecosystem.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. You guys have almost made it, almost to the end. All of you staying and listening to what those of us here at the end have to say. Oh, I should say at the mic. Yes, I know. I have a habit of walking around when I speak. So I should say at the mic. Yes, I know. I have a habit of walking around when I speak, so I'll try not to do that. It's okay. It's okay. I'll try to be disciplined. Okay. Okay. Very much. So I'm going to be very brief because I think I have just two very small jobs here this afternoon. My co-founder, Tinsley Gallion, spoke yesterday about Curious Learning and about our mission in a lot more detail. But for those of you who weren't here yesterday, very briefly, what we do at Curious Learning is we create and then distribute open source apps to help children learn to read. And we have successfully distributed those apps to almost every country on the planet. Our apps come in about 60 languages, including languages that are important to Nigeria, so Hausa, Igbo, and also I think Yoruba is spoken by some people here in Nigeria. Maybe a couple, 2 or 3. Yeah, 50, 60 million people, just a small number. And we, in 2024, we distributed those apps to over 1 million children all around the world. Hyper-focused on literacy, and I don't mean digital literacy or this kind of literacy or technical, I mean learning to read. We are hyper-focused on the topic of learning to read. And let me just put up a little bit of bad news that you referred to, a little red flag, to tell you why that is such an important topic to us. In the next 25 years or so, it looks like just in Africa alone, we're going to be adding about 1 billion people to the world's population. That is all, those are an additional amount of people entering a system that is already completely overloaded. Anywhere between 70, 80, 90% of kids in Africa are not learning how to read proficiently. And now you add a system. And all of the great things that you guys talk about doing and progressing and moving towards, just can't happen with these huge population of children who never learn to read. So schools on this continent really need everybody's help. And I look to this elite population of creatives, of highly motivated individuals, of people in influential positions, and beg you help your schools, help your literate community. Because I also think we're at a very unique moment in time when technology is giving us the tools we need in order to address this problem. Oh, I'm not pointing to the right direction. Okay, there we go. So it looks like that the distribution of smartphones is at least one avenue that we can use to reach these parents, to reach these kids, to help them learn to read. Tinsley, my partner in crime, was looking at some statistics this morning and seeing that already this number of 60% in sub-Saharan Africa and India already have out of date. We know that actually in 2025 this number is 80%. And looks before 2050 to be at a saturation point. So the mode of how do we reach them, how do we get to them, the infrastructure is already in the hands of parents, okay? In addition to that, we know that apps really work, that technology can be a means to teach children the skills that they need to be proficient readers. It's not just the apps that we've developed at Curious Learning with Feed the Monster and our interactive books, but other partners that we've worked with, like Chimple, that worked with the Global X Prize, achieved amazing results. We've also got other creators like 1 Billion and GraphoGame that are distributing apps around the world that we know work and help children acquire the skills that they need to be proficient readers. And AI is accelerating that content development process. Ways to go before we can just pop in a prompt and say, okay, now give me a beginning level book in Igbo that's appropriate to distribute to 6-year-olds. But we're moving to an age where AI can help us understand the data behind what kids are doing and also understand how we can better help them. And in addition to that, there is a technological infrastructure already in place for understanding how we can adapt the content we create so that it gets better and better all the time. So Silicon Valley is very, very good at, sending out new versions of apps to our phones all the time that has little tweaks of features that we don't even know have been changed. And yet they're constantly collecting data on, well, should the button be up here? Should the button be down here, there? We can use that infrastructure to also understand how we can better help kids become proficient readers. What do they like? What are they engaged by? What kinds of music can help them remember things about letters and about stories in a more effective way? So we can put apps out there in front of kids that are continuously measuring their progress, not just so that we can keep track of them, but so that we as developers know what works and know how we can help them better. So I'm not even going to use up my whole time, but I am going to leave all of you with really an audacious ask. We are at a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eradicate illiteracy. But how do we make this happen? How do we pull together everybody in the village, whether it's government or nonprofits or universities or schools or you in this community creatives to say, listen, learning to read isn't just happening in a classroom. We know in the scientific community that learning to read begins to happen in utero, when a child is still in their mother's body, and that process isn't just an education problem, it's a community problem. So how can we pull together all the resources that we have in this community and other communities to make sure that every single child becomes a proficient reader? Thank you very much.
I'm going to just rock onto this. I do want to check that Mr. Peter Akunusi, you're here, sir. Excellent. Do you have a short intro that you'd like to display? I'm going to ask you up in a minute. I just wanted to know, have you sent it in? Perfect. So in that case, I'm going to actually skip Peter. We all know he's there, and go to Joanna Blakely, a fellow alum at USC, or maybe not an alum, but you're at the Norman Lear Center at the University of Southern California, who mentioned earlier, if you heard her on another panel, speaking about the efforts that they have made as an organization, part of the Hollywood community, to make sure that some of the messages in huge global blockbusters are reflecting the truth.
Hello, everybody. Hopefully I won't have as much trouble with the clicker as I did last time. Oh, it's a different clicker. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm hopeful. Do you have my press specifically on the social impact of media and entertainment? So we've come up with lots of different research methods in order to try to calculate that. But the other half of the Lear Center is an outreach operation that started primarily in Hollywood, urging them in different ways to try to do the right thing and include accurate health information in their TV shows. Is the deck coming? Oh, just 1 minute. Oh, there we go. I recognize those people. So this is my institutional home base. Our initial outreach operation was funded by the Centers for Disease Control, and we focused primarily on health. But since then, we've had many, many other partners in the private and public sector sort of working to get their priority social messages into Hollywood entertainment. Oh, I should aim this way. Oh, no, is it me? Okay, maybe there's just a delay. And as I mentioned yesterday, we've worked with hundreds of shows on every imaginable network you can think of. And we have, I still have trouble, and we have consulted on thousands of storylines that have aired all around the world. So that's the kind of model that I'm sort of bringing here. I'll talk a little bit more about our other activities. Beyond briefings and consultations, we also create tip sheets for writers on topics. We create PSAs to support storylines about important health topics and social topics, and we also conduct social media campaigns. But maybe more importantly, we've embedded ourselves within the Writers Guild of America. The president of the Writers Guild is the president of our board. So we're not really advocates from outside the industry coming in. We're kind of groups in Hollywood on lots of really fun events. Oh, I think there should be something on that slide. Not sure what that was. So these are some of the other organizations that we've been working with and that have funded us over the years. Just so you know, it's not just about health issues. It can go well beyond that. Oh yeah, this is blank as well. So one of our main partners has been Sunnylands, which maybe you haven't heard of, but it's considered the Camp David of the West. It's where Obama will meet with the president of China. So this is an institution that was actually also founded by the Annenberg family, which is the school that I'm based at. So we partner with them to do international events and very high-level convenings. So this is a way for us to draw in major Hollywood talent who wouldn't otherwise show up at a university to do a panel session, but they will show up at Sunnylands. And we bring them together with our funders and with people who are funding the film industry, television industry, and advocates who have messages that they want these Hollywood writers to hear. And a lot of really exciting things have come out of those discussions, including, oh, it skipped one slide, including a brand new TV show for Netflix, an original series. It was created by Kenya Barris, who created Blackish. And it's sort of a Schoolhouse Rock in America. They will know Schoolhouse Rock as one of these animated shows that taught civics in a really entertaining way. So they recreated this with a bunch of huge hip-hop stars, and the Obamas were the ones who ended up producing it. So the other slide that I think it skipped past was our Middle East Media Initiative. Through our Sunnylands efforts, we held and convened sessions like this, bringing in people from many different sectors to figure out how we could do social good. Through it spawned this, I think it was a 4-year program, transferring Middle Eastern TV writers to Hollywood and Hollywood writers to the Middle East to collaborate on shows, to do training sessions and master classes, and to also network all this talent through the Middle East who really didn't have any kind of mechanism for meeting one another, or any sort of opportunity to get together and share their talent and their ideas. So a lot of it is about convening, really just being there to bring the different parties together and then let the magic happen. Of course, we have a research division in order to make sure that this work that we're doing is actually efficacious. And as I mentioned yesterday, in passing to some degree, we tried to take this model global. And we did. It was quite successful. We did it in Bollywood and Nollywood. But of course, eventually the funding runs out. And then you're back at home again. So we'd really like to see this kind of global network restart again. As I had mentioned, a feature film had come out of our engagement with Nollywood, which was really exciting. It's the first time we'd worked on a film. But I'll mention also there was a Kannywood comedy series that was incredibly innovative that came out of this partnership. The distribution strategy was really fascinating because it included side loading, allowing people to share videos amongst themselves without Wi-Fi or internet access, just via Bluetooth. But we also printed out hundreds of thousands of DVDs as well. And then also, our partners were really instrumental in creating Lens on Ebola, which was an award-winning, fantastic social outreach PSA campaign with celebrities. So just a few takeaways. Engaging the entertainment industry to tell accurate and authentic stories is cost-effective, as I argued yesterday. You're not creating original content. You're just nudging the beast to do the right thing. And it's a proven pathway to social impact. And creating an alliance among global media hubs like Bollywood, Nollywood, Hollywood helps scale up that impact. It helps bridge cultural divides as you bring talent together across borders. It creates commercial opportunities for sustainable international collaboration. All right, thank you very much for your time. Sorry about my voice.
Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just on this
Yeah.
end here. So thank you so much, Joanna. I will introduce Mr. Peter Akinusi, who we've confirmed is in the room, and his slides are loaded. But Peter is the head of programs at TechHer, a very important social enterprise advancing women and girls through technology via training, mentoring, and research. He's led trainings for Google, Facebook, Voice of America, Access Bank, and various government ministries on social media governance and education. Peter has also supported initiatives with the European Union's ROLAC, HEVOS, and the Ford Foundation. So, and focusing on ending gender-based violence, and is passionate about leveraging digital tools for impact. He brings creativity, empathy, and technical acumen to advancing social and humanitarian causes, which are so sorely needed and which are why we're here today. So thank you, Peter. Please take over.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I know how it's always very difficult to get everybody in the room. I don't want to say riled up, but excited after lunch. But I'll ask for your help. If I crack a dry joke, you can laugh for just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit, yeah. I have slides that are here, and I find it interesting that I'm on the same panel with everyone else who has spoken. But I just want to have a quick conversation with us about what AI looks like in terms of the state of play, right? A lot of the conversations we've had today have revolved around ensuring we can have social change. And I'm very delighted that we're having these conversations, but I just want us to take a quick detour. Where am I pointing, by the way? Over there, all right. So I just want to take a quick detour. So we have a conversation about what does it look like, the end? Over here, right. Fantastic. Okay, so quick conversation. Fine. Oh, yeah, I see that. Thank you. So TechHer is an organization, like he said, that is very interested in ensuring that we can bring some of the best outcomes for women via technology. What does this mean? There's a lot written here, but I'll just point to knowledge, access, utility. For us, it's important that women and girls can be able to, number one, access technology, right? It's important they understand the technology, and then they have to be able to utilize it both safely and meaningfully. You see why this is important much later. We've done a bunch of work, including digital literacy campaigns in communities. We've had conversations in schools, quite important, because we believe socialization begins at that very, very young age, right? We've also been able to have conversations around online gender-based violence and online harm, digital harm, especially in the age of artificial intelligence, right? Everybody talks about the great, and I think you will find that most people are somewhere in between what is the world is coming to an end because AI exists, and then there's the other end of the spectrum where it is like AI is going to save us all, right? And I know the truth is much more in the middle, and that's why we have the conversations that we do. We've done a bunch of research and policy advocacy around, emerging technology, around tech-facilitated gender-based violence, and for us, currently, a lot of our focus is on ensuring that we can have accurate response, also having accurate knowledge of what AI is, right? So we need a situation where if anybody wants to use any of the tools, a bunch of the speakers who presented earlier spoke about a bunch of things, the way it has elevated our productivity, it has elevated our creativity as well. We just want a situation where there are some guardrails, is my favorite word to use. And I say the reason why we must have guardrails is we can't afford to run off thinking that if we run off into the sunset with technology, all is going to be well. That's not going to be the outcome, right? So, like I've mentioned, I can just go through this research, awareness, policy advocacy, and all of that. Right. Some of the key findings that we've seen in our research have pointed to a bunch of things, and this is where the crux of my presentation will be today, right? There's a lot of AI-generated harm that is ongoing, and the truth is, before we even point to the tool, we have to be honest. Nothing about technology is neutral, right? As much as we're calling for better guardrails, or we're asking for investment, or we're asking for more literacy, we have to be very, very honest. And this is why we're having a conversation about entertaining change. There are certain offline attitudes, certain offline, as it were, norms and cultural frameworks that exist, that whether we like it or not, technology is going to, as it were, amplify these things, and that's what we're seeing. So we're seeing AI-generated harm at macro levels. We're seeing amplified harm. We're also seeing AI-driven misinformation and disinformation. Now, as the elections are approaching, we're almost terrified, but of course, terror is not the only way, mostly because we're seeing there's an uptick. What we saw back in the day when the LLMs and the tech companies hadn't exactly taking the leaps and bounds forward that they had, right? What we're seeing increasingly is a very, very coordinated campaign to ensure that certain types of misinformation and disinformation are pushed. So, if you notice, we have patterns that we just, documented. One, they are coordinated. Two, we see that more often than not, they disproportionately affect women, right? Like with almost everything else. So women tend to bear the brunt of the biggest, when I say the biggest, I mean like the largest effects of online harm, especially when it comes to TF-GBV, right? Okay. Okay, so our response is something called Quram. Quite simply put, Quram is taken from a Tiv word. It's one of Nigeria's ethnic languages, and it's meant to mean keep me safe, right? And our idea is we have to have a situation where individuals who have faced some form of online gender-based violence or digital harm have to be able to interface. Thank you. So while I was struggling to make my point, I noticed he smiled at me, and I was wondering, what am I saying that's so interesting? He's telling me I don't even know how many minutes left. 5 more minutes, fantastic, right? So, you guys were supposed to laugh. You're breaking the social contract. Fantastic, thank you, great. Now, so what we're seeing is, what we're trying to do with Quram, I apologize, is we're trying to get to an instance where, one, there's high awareness of what OGBV looks like. We have something called a self-assessment test. And 9 out of 10 times, we see people who interact with the tool and genuinely are not aware that they were on the receiving end of tech-facilitated gender-based violence, right? So on one hand, we're trying to push for awareness, so we have resources that are over there. But more importantly, the crux of Quram as a tool is reporting. We believe access to justice is very important for every citizen that exists within the framework called Nigeria. And I say framework called Nigeria deliberately, right? For us, we also facilitate justice in a way that, because justice often means different things. There was something I skipped over at the beginning of my slides. I believe towards the end of last year, and it's something that we're still trying to litigate. We received a report from someone who said an ex who was aggrieved quite literally put together a video, and he had her performing intimate acts with an animal and was distributing it all over the place. Now, we see those kinds of things, and for me, who's a researcher, it's important as a data point, but we must recognize that data points translate to real life harm. These are real human beings, right? She's had a whole bunch of things where people from her family are attacking her because the truth is they believe this is a real video. There are other people who have basically ostracized her as a result, and we want to be able to stamp that out of society. And our approach is, like I said, awareness. We're also working with collaboratively with organizations, including tech firms themselves. A lot of times, I think it's something that has been flogged a lot today, but tech firms do not have the Nigerian context. So for instance, if we all complain that we think that cybercrime and fraud is on the increase, and a lot of the time this is perpetrated via tech platforms, the truth is tech platforms might not even be aware, simply because who is going to finally tell the tech platform the meaning of bombing, for instance, or an expression like when we say Yahoo, Yahoo. What does that mean? I mean, originally, I believe for a lot of our Western friends in the room, the idea of Yahoo was the original tech company, or like a Yelp of excitement, right? But that word has been taken to have a specific context for the Nigerian society. It's important that we push for these contexts to be had and included in anything that we're doing, especially for data sets for AI. So finally, we're also trying to ensure that we can pilot workflows. And what does that mean? We want to have a situation where via Quorum, right, we don't just do the training for everybody, but we have a situation where we can preempt a lot of these attacks. There are various types of things that we've seen over the last 12 months, over the last 18 months. Some of them, like I said, are being litigated. And in some other instances, it's just us being able to send a request to tech platforms, which we've done, right, to say, oh, we would like this post taken down, and here's why. It is actually infringing on the dignity of this person, and it's not really helping. So a lot of times, we also have the situation where we try our best to connect people to law enforcement, right? So a lot of times, we do the training for law enforcement and mention, oh, this has met a few barriers here and there, and these are some of them. For example, a lot of times, platforms don't tell us, right, exactly what it is that they're doing in terms of moderation, in terms of how they're addressing these cases that we bring up to them. Other times, we see that the honest truth is we have weak regulatory frameworks. We're still doing that thing where we're reacting to emerging technology as opposed to thinking about what is possible, where are the gaps, how can we preempt attacks, right? We're also looking at a society that, quite frankly, we're still suffering from low digital literacy, right? And I know a lot of times people ask, I mean, the literacy numbers for Nigeria are low. Why are you talking about digital literacy? The truth is, oh, I have 1 minute. The truth is, where we are right now, everybody is on the internet doing one thing or the other. So that is very important for us. We also believe that this idea of blaming survivors, blaming victims has to be scratched out. Finally, we want a situation where we can close language and nuance gaps and, of course, get as many resources out there for the research that needs to be done in the future for smaller groups, as well as also ensuring that we can disseminate as many resources for learning and building the work for our platform to be able to respond to as many cases as possible. Yeah, so what next? What can you do? Like I mentioned, fund research, push for advocacy. There's a need for collaboration. We can't keep working in silos, which is why I'm grateful to be on this panel with these esteemed individuals, right? That was a joke, everybody's supposed to laugh. Fantastic. Of course, build capacity for as many stakeholders as possible, and of course, push for public awareness. So here's our call to action. We believe that, of course, artificial intelligence is changing the landscape of online harm. And if there's no coordinated action, what we're going to see is that harms will outpace anything that we're trying to do in terms of protections. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good stuff. Yep, go ahead. Actually, there you go, and you can move back there. Sorry to get you out of the way of the thing. So thank you all so much, and I'm just going to go ahead and continue. I had a lot of questions as each of you spoke, so I will go down the line, but connect them a little bit. So Jimmy, you spoke about your experiences in your personal experience in the show that you watched 20 some odd years ago, still having impact, and how that helped you realize the importance. How would you guesstimate that not only Nigerian producers but across the continent are considering, if they're considering social impact in their messages, if that's really a kind of Lagos, Abuja thing where it's like, oh, because we're talking to advocates, out in the villages in Anambra State, are they thinking about that? Just speak to that general concept.
Oops.
You're supposed to laugh at that.
Thank you, Sam. So I think, interestingly enough, we've had engagements with some northern filmmakers, and I think the social impact carries a lot of weight in terms of the programs that they put out, because I think I use Arewa 24 as an example. I know they get funding from, I think, some international organizations, and part of the, I don't want to say deal, but as part of that funding, they're required to put out messages with social impact. So I'd say,
that's good.
if we're ranking, I would say the North probably, that's a central theme in most of the programs that they put out.
Interesting.
In the South, not so much, but every now and then you see. But I think maybe in the South, when we talk about the what we'd call indigenous movies, like the Yoruba films, that ranks quite highly. So just to sum it up, I'll say if North definitely ranks higher than in the South.
Okay.
Yeah.
And other parts of Africa, do you think that it's similar things?
Yeah, so, but the reason why Nigeria is unique is because there's so much, we generate so many films on a daily basis. So you have a wider choice of films to pick from, but outside Nigeria, you don't see that many, because they're not, if we talk about how many films the industries in other African countries make, they're not that much compared to Nigeria.
Sure,
so
sure.
I'd say, from my experience anyways, mostly from Nigerian films that we've seen that.
And just to weave it together, because Stephanie obviously spoken to us about their hyper-focus on reading, well, I want to ask Stephanie. In fact, I'll let you sit, Jimmy, on that. Thank you for that answer.
Okay.
And Stephanie, you spoke about your hyper-focus on reading at Curious. And how is that seamlessly woven into content? Give us just an example or two, some of the best case studies you've seen, and let's start there.
Sure. Thanks for that question. You know, the great thing, I say this a lot, the great thing about learning how to read is that in the process of learning how to read, you have to read something. And everything that you read can be, you know, can be specifically structured to teach you about specific words, but, you know, more fun than that, it can be a story about someone from your village, or it can be, you know, an old story that has been told for a long time in your community, or it can be nonfiction about something completely different. You know, it's very common in the U.S. for, you know, kids in both my kids' generation and my granddaughter's generation, they cannot stop reading about dinosaurs. So she doesn't care that she's learning how to read. She cares that she's learning about dinosaurs. And so we can seamlessly weave, you know, health stories, stories about geography, stories about history, stories about the world, you know, anything that we think is valuable and anything that we think kids are going to like into the whole process of learning how to read.
Excellent. So that's understandable and you know, surprising little twist on it, right, for those of us who haven't spent our time thinking about it. What about the parents? What about media, you know, movies, so on, that are encouraging parents to take that responsibility and make sure their children learn? Speak about that.
Sure, absolutely. So what came to mind as I was speaking to somebody yesterday is there was, I don't know if it was actually produced in Kenya, but there was a film that came out in 2010 starring Naomi Harris called The First Grader. And it was a story about an 84-year-old man who, for whatever reason, had not been able to, I think he couldn't afford a uniform when he was young. He never learned to read. And it was the story of him fighting to be able to attend school as an 84-year-old person. I mean, this was still a significant issue to him.
Yeah.
And so that's just one tiny example of how someone with a whole lot more creativity than I have and knowledge of the context to say, you know, what does it mean for either a child who's in school who's having difficulty? What kind of social pressures do they face because they're not doing well in school and because they're not learning how to read?
Yeah.
You know, what does it mean for a teenager who had to drop out of school because what the heck, why would they even keep attending if they don't know how to read? And what does it mean for an adult who is trying to make their way through the world and navigate the world of work in spite of the fact that they don't know how to read? You know, I think there's 1,000 stories there that are just waiting to be put out there.
Yeah, sometimes using the negative effects of not having learned.
Right.
Yeah.
But also there's, a whole lot of content that we would love to have help creating, which is about telling parents, here are the small concrete things you can do at home.
You can do actively to teach.
Yeah, that actively teach kids to read or teach kids about words and that help them do better at school.
Interesting. Overall, okay, no, it's not possible. So Joanne, I'll move to you. Remember that our panel is called Bridging the Gap, or Bridging, somebody remind me what Purpose and Profit, right? And your organization and yourself have been right there at the table as stories are getting created and so on. Speak to how Africa, how you see Africa, and specifically Nigeria, may improve how we're adding that value chain. We're making sure that the content is speaking about content, but also how that hinges on profit, how it can either take away from or contribute to.
Well, I think a lot of the programs that we put together at the Lear Center through our Hollywood Outreach program, and also programs that we've participated in for many years with the State Department, have demonstrated that when you bring social activists and people with ideas about how to improve society together with storytellers, really wonderful things happen. Often there are funders nearby because those advocates don't have any money. They have funders that are supporting them. And if you have people who have a really good relationship with the industry and sort of understand the commercial bottom line that's driving every single thing that they're doing in the industry, you can bridge that gap. You can find a way to challenge them to do the right thing, to tell a story that actually will have a positive social impact, while also upping their game, in part because they're being brought together with other writers who are trying to do similar things and are passionate about it as well. And, creativity requires community. You really need to be talking about these things, fighting about these things in order to elevate. And if you're doing it internationally, I would say it's exponentially more educational and valuable to people because you're also bridging these cultural divides that, you learn so much when you meet somebody from a different culture. But one thing I want to mention that I'm not sure that I've heard anyone say today is that, and I did miss a little bit because I was sick yesterday, but all entertainment is educational, whether it wants to be or not, right? It's laden with messages and morals because there's a story being told. And some people are losing out, some people are winning, there's a protagonist, there's an antagonist. Embedded in there is a series of lessons. And we just want to make sure that lessons are being shared that actually help society improve, instead of being laden with stereotypes that just end up undermining our future.
No, 100%. I think that goes to the one of the themes that we spoke about. That it's not an either or, right? It is happening. It's edutainment is entertainment, and how do we make sure that it's helping us? Okay. Tekhar, we heard about your AI initiatives, which were fantastic. But speak to us about this very subject, bridging the gap. Ensuring that there's the balance between profit and purpose in the content that you're doing and you see in the wider community.
The wider community. Okay, thank you very much, Sam. I guess similar to what they have said, especially what Joanna just spoke about, whether you like it or not, there are existent frameworks that exist offline. So anytime anybody comes to have a conversation online, they're bringing those lenses with them. So for us, the conversation has always been, how can we redirect this at the end of the day? We have had to do a bunch of things that include translations into various languages. We've had to have engagement. There's also this problem we've noticed where for the longest time, people gather in beautiful, pretty rooms like this that we call ivory towers, and then want to, as it were, foster change. To be honest, a lot of times the photographs that are going to be taken and the press releases, but you now discover that when you take a cab, for instance, with 4 other people in the heart of Abuja, the conversations that I had are a far cry from what is actually going on or what we want as outcomes. So like she said, entertainment is happening, whether we like it or not. A radio program comes on, certain things are said, and then if you have an opposing view, you find yourself arguing to explain, oh, you can't speak about women that way, and it's like, why not? I've always spoken about women this way, right? I've always been able to say these kinds of things, even if you, sometimes we do this thing where we want to ask people, can you give us just the permission to scroll on your timeline? And you see that what they're fed, right, a lot of times by the tech firms are engineered for profitability, because the truth is, boring, mundane, vanilla stuff will not get you profit, let's be honest, right? So you need outrage, you need to fuel the outrage machine. And a lot of times, the collateral damage for these outrage machines happen to be women. Recently, we saw the thing where an entertainer put up a photograph where she had just finished a gym session, and then somebody goes right below that tweet, or X post, or whatever it's called these days, right? And goes and says, oh, hi Grok, could you please take off her clothes and put on this instead? And an image like that was generated. Now, the question is, there are two ways to approach that, on which we've generally used. We want to be able to say, oh, you're actually perpetrating harm, right? What you're doing is harmful, because this person did give you consent for these sorts of things. Their image rights are being abused. But secondly, we also sometimes need to recognize that the shame that happens to the woman, we don't tend to redistribute it to the perpetrators, is a thing. So sometimes we try to explain to people, because we know most in-groups have social rules. So we explain to them, oh, this is loser behavior. And you see somebody fighting, no, I'm not a loser. I was trying to, and we're like, oh yeah, but it is loser behavior. You know, so that is something that we've been able to help. And just to tie it up, our engagement with tech platforms, our engagement, because a lot of times we're a non-profit, so a lot of times the funding is almost always an either or. Do we put out an influencer video, or we print out pamphlets that we can share in the community? And sometimes those tough decisions have to be made because we want social impact. One of the things that we saw recently was an influencer who typically goes around and he does this grass to grace, or rather, grass to grace type things. And there was someone he asked the lady, one of the subjects for his video that day, are you in a relationship? And she says no. And everything very non-conspicuous, just everything continues. But someone went online to say, why would she say that? She's my girlfriend. And then for some weird way, produced images of WhatsApp chats and images of both of them, and she kept on insisting, I don't know you, never been in a relationship with you. Anyway, long story short, everybody piles on her, and she can't take it anymore, so she goes offline, right? And then he's rewarded because more people start following him and he's getting influencer gigs. So I guess for us, profitability is great, but we have to ask ourselves, profit for who? Because there's a cost now. Her voice has been silenced. There are a lot of reports that show if you allow women participate in the digital economy, have louder voices, what tends to happen is we see the GDP of any nation, especially Nigeria, swelling by millions, trillions of naira. But in this instance, this is one person that we're aware of. What about the other cases where people are driven
hundreds
offline?
of thousands
So our
of,
approach is to say, oh, we want to stop that. Essentially.
And specifically, I think there may be, in a sense, and I might be wrong, and I'd like anybody that wants to speak about this, that maybe there's a difference in traditional media isn't the right thing to call it, but one-way media, content that's produced, as opposed to the online discourse in social media, right? Because as you just said, and I started off, by introducing this panel about the bad news travels fast, right? Yes. And it's exciting. So the example you just gave, everybody piled on negatively about this woman, affecting women, and her in specific, and it wasn't looked at as bad by from
normal.
Guys. Is there a difference with a movie? You just said everything else is edutainment, right? Do you see that as specific to social media and the comment section, or do you see it, the same problems being done in movies and so on?
So I'm grateful that they've both given examples of what it looks like to be intentional about creating content, because the truth is, like she said, content is always going to be consumed by somebody, right? So it's the intentional design, and a lot of times we've had to sit down with influencers, like I said. We've also done a bunch of things where we go to schools with, you won't believe this, playing cards, quite literally playing cards in some instances, and we just scribble facts about online gender-based violence, about women and all that. And the kids are having a fun time playing the games, but they are asking themselves questions as well using the cards. So A lot of times, Marshall McLuhan in media theory had this thing where people tend to say the medium is the message, right? And it's almost one, and people have now weaponized that to do anything about it. But that's not true. We're seeing there are individuals on social media who have very helpful. For example, a tax law was passed recently, and you find individuals who run to accounts that speak about breaking down what it means for you if you earn within this tax bracket, within that tax bracket.
Right.
So there's an avenue, quite frankly, to say, let's sit down and design something that adapts, it's be like water, like Bruce Lee would say, to the different formats and the different content, as it were, platforms, be traditional, be new media, even if it's offline as well.
Got it, 100%. Look, we're being kicked off the stage, but I don't know if the designers of this panel have some kind of sixth sense, because this is quite incredible, right? We're talking about the two two of question to the two on the end for a one-word answer. Jimmy, you've focused a lot of the firm's activities in investing, now adding in the social impact. Are you seeing that still have a positive impact on the profit side? Good returns on those. Okay.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay.
But the impact is more important than profit, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. And Joanna, I'd love to ask you, because I mean you've done this, right, in a more advanced movie industry than we have in Hollywood. Again, is there, when stories have more positive or focused on that, does it impact profit?
Well, I think authentic stories really work for people. So if the shows are really talking with people who have lived experience with the issues that they're depicting, that resonates better with people who've experienced it. Otherwise, they're totally alienated by the show. It's like, oh, they got that completely wrong. It's totally not that way. So doing the research really helps them make better work, I believe. And what I've heard recently, I mentioned yesterday that we consulted on the hot new show, The Pit, which is like the new ER, right? And it's considered the pinnacle of medical shows. And so what we've heard from the writers working on all the other medical shows in Hollywood is that they feel like they have to up their game now.
Right.
So you sort of build this sort of ecosystem where, the bar is lifted higher and higher.
100%.
That's what we want to see.
100%. Well, thank you guys so much. I hope it's been helpful. Are we moving on? I see a hand raised for questions. We're not question bound.
No questions now.
Unfortunately, no questions now, but our esteemed panel will be there.
So
I will say that entertainment is edutainment, and authenticity is powerful. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Sam has wrapped it up for us. These pictures, and please a round of applause for our panelists, and of course our moderator. So, Victor. Pictures, please. Yeah. After your closing remarks. So thank you. Thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause? Well done. Well done. Well done, Sam. Close. So all good things must come to an end. So we've come to the end of this session. And how many of you have learned something new? How many? I have. A whole lot, right? How many of you have met people, networked, met? I can't see everybody's hand. Oh, okay. Too many, right? Yes, so the conversation continues. The collaboration is key for us to be able to impact our society. We need to keep entertaining change. So I would call on Fife. Oh, she said, no, she's, okay. Victor, both of you.
I'm going to go into the logistics, so you bring the vision.
Ladies first.
I'll bring the hand ladies first.
Ladies first. So you can use that. for her closing remarks. Careful, there's water. Water spilled there.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So I'm going to start with what ChatGPT told me to say, and then I'm going to say what I want to say. So here's the warm, visionary, and reflective recommended version. As we close day 2, I just want to say how powerful it's been to witness what happens when creativity, research, and capital sit at the same table. The conversations today reminded us that, or the past 2 days reminded us that Nigeria's creative economy isn't a side story, it's a central story to our development. Together with partners like the World Bank, UPenn, and USC Annenberg, we're proving that storytelling, data, and technology can drive a real economic growth. Not someday, but now. Okay, so thank you, ChatGPT. But I really just did that to kind of explore, to showcase, essentially, the fact that it's really us as humans that are driving, this AI revolution. If it has all my ideas, it has all my thoughts. So whatever comes out is always going to be something positive. It's going to be related to specifically what I am intending to put out into the world. And I'm just hoping that after all of the different sessions over the last 2 days, that less of us are afraid of what AI is here to do, and are ready to partner with AI, in particular when it comes to, obviously, entertainment, media, and of course, the social change that we want to see. I, for one, have learned so much. I think one key takeaway for me is something that Sharat said during one of our sessions, and it's around how even for financing, the data that AI is helping, to I would say collect and to show the trends can help even funders, right, determine how profitable their investment in the creative sector, in film, and whatever, can actually provide for them in the long run or in the short run. And so for me, I feel like it's really an upside. And the last thing I'll say is that it's also evident that Nigeria, Africa, and the content and the work that Nollywood has been doing, and just in general, the creative sector is definitely at an inflection point and can be a global game changer, socially and of course economically. And I'll pass it to thank you everyone for coming.
First, thank you, Fife, and to your awesome team, Seyi and other folks. Thank you for making this happen. It was a really, really great, well-organized, well-attended, all these orgas in the room. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My world is a world of research, mostly randomized controlled trials to show that entertainment media with social goals works, bringing behavioral insights into development, bringing AI to be mapping the entertainment media. All that stuff is great. Because the goal ultimately is to bring more nutritious content, right, into entertainment media, either in the public or private sector.
And then, thank you. So can we give a round of applause to our technical team too? Thank you so much. Our technical team, media team, the ushers, let the claps keep going, applauses, and above all, you all for being here yesterday, today. So we're going to have a group photograph, right? Everyone. So there was a panel we missed. Yes, and then we'll go to the to the clinics. I think it was your panel. Did you take? No, they're not here. No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so we'll take the group picture. Media, let us know how you want that. And then we'll go out for the clinics, so you'd see the different groups. So we have 4 groups: creative economy, technology and AI, and then public-private partnerships and funding investments, and skills and jobs. Okay, so please go ahead. Yes, happening right now. No, wait, let her speak first. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. So the two sessions that will be in here will be creative economy and the public-private partnerships. And then outside will be skills and jobs and technology/AI. So if you're interested in any of the sessions, please just wait behind. After the pictures, we'll put the signages where the seats will be allocated. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. So can we come up for the pictures? Media, let us know.
All right. Here you go. Okay. So the same way we had the photographs yesterday, some people stood in front. If you're taller than me or the same height like I have, you stay there. So, yeah.
Wow. So can we come up for the pictures? Great. I know. Oh, I didn't take pictures. Okay, yesterday I didn't take pictures. Oh, wait.